And welcome into Gridiron Intel, Elevation 5280 Sports and Lifestyles 2024 live draft coverage, as we are about 15 minutes away from the draft getting kicked off here, as we are joined right now by Gus. You know him from the Slugfest podcast. Slug, how are you this evening?
What's going on, Mike? Man, I'm doing good, man. I appreciate you having me in.
Yeah, so we will break down each and every pick of the first round as each picks happens, reactions to the picks, and breaking news that happens during the draft, trades and whatnot. So we will get into all of it. First off, Gus, for people that don't know, obviously you're wearing a Green Bay Packers hat, so the obvious Packers fan, my co-host on the Wheelhouse, also a Packers fan, so you'll have a lot to talk about with him. But what direction are you hoping they go in tonight?
I think we can go in three different directions. We could get some offensive line help, to kind of help that run game. We got Josh Jacobs back there. Jordan Love needs to stay upright. If not, the defensive side of the ball, we've changed to a 4-3 now, so we're going to need some 4-3 personnel. So I think we might need to look into getting a linebacker or possibly some DBL. So any one of those three, I think Gutekunst going in the right direction.
Yeah, so we will see what they do around Jordan Love, especially on the defensive end. So we will see what the Packers go in. Obviously, from Denver, Gus. So They just acquired Zach Wilson, so everyone's kind of confused on that. Stidham is still in the quarterback room. I think they still go quarterback, but they cannot keep doing what they've been doing and getting these mediocre, a little bit past their prime quarterbacks, and kind of seeing what's going on with that as Locke is about ready to join our live stream as well. Let me pull him up here and see if this works, as we will have the draft on with us here. Let's see if this will work. Locke, can you hear us?
I can. What's up, guys?
There he is. How's it going?
Good. Yourself?
What's going on, Locke?
How's it going, man?
Obviously, Locke from Lock It Up podcast. As Locke, first of all, for people that don't know, what team you follow and what direction do you hope they go in this evening?
Yeah, so I'm a Falcons fan. When it comes to the Falcons draft, there's not many wrong answers. They could go outside of quarterback in the first round. I mean, whether it's an end, whether it's a lot where you go get an end and not a linebacker. I mean, there's plenty of good options. There's plenty of right answers. It's just obviously them hitting the pick.
Right, and that's all you can hope for. First of all, also want to get your reaction on the Kirk Cousins signings. What did you make of that move?
Yeah, so when I talked about on my show a while back, I was like, I'm fine. I was completely fine with the Kirk Cousins move. It's gone from Matt Ryan to Kirk Cousins. Really, there was nothing in between. There's no backup plan. There was nothing. It's Marcus Mariota. It's Desmond Ridder. Those two disasters. And then it's, okay, let's go sign Kirk Cousins. Like, okay, that's fine. I'm in. He's ready to go quarterback, playoff experience, all that. My thing, though, too, is I would like to see if I can draft a quarterback in this draft. And I said this on my show, too. I'm not, whether it's a Penix is there, maybe you trade back late in the first round and get Penix, or maybe you wait and Spencer Rattler's your guy in the second, third, fourth round. Whoever. I'm not a guru of sit there and watch tape and all that, but I can hear some guys. Go get a quarterback, because theoretically, if this Kirk Cousins thing works out, this is the highest you're going to be drafting. In the 8th pick overall, and then subsequently higher in the second, third, fourth, etc. rounds, higher picks. So that's where I'm at with the Kirk Cousins, because I mean technically it's a 4-year deal, but could be a 2-year deal when you look at the contract and however you want to do it. So as you know, Gus, you have had some success with some quarterbacks sitting for a few years and then being there for a while. So hopefully in Atlanta that can be the case.
Hey man, y'all definitely can do it. I'm looking at Atlanta, man. I think y'all got an interesting roster. You got a lot of young talent. Y'all were just a quarterback away, especially in that division. Division a little bit suspect with the New Orleans Saints in Carolina. The Bucks are pretty straight, but I think y'all doing all right, man. A name I would look out for probably in the later rounds is Jordan Travis from Florida State. I know he had a big time injury, but Jordan was looking to be a first or second round, so that might be a steal for y'all to sit for a while.
Right, like you said, that's another option of a later round quarterback to sit for 2, 3, heck, maybe 4 years, depending on how the Cousins deal ultimately turns out. But yeah, I mean that's kind of the realm I'm looking at, because you need a succession plan. I mean, obviously Cousins 34, 35, so it's not a here's our guy for another 10 years. So we need that succession plan right now.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, the division, heck, we were terrible last year and we had a chance to win. We were in the hunt for that division, as crappy as it is right now. And still is going to this year where there's no, you look at those teams and those quarterbacks, like no one scares you. It's like Derek Carr, okay, Baker, okay. It's like, all right. And then Bryce Young in Carolina, his second year, it's like, okay, why not us?
Exactly.
I mean, you could be 8. You could have 8 or 9 wins in that division and win the division.
Yep, very popular. Did y'all get a new coaching change this year?
Oh yeah, we got Brian Raheem Morris and the whole staff after Arthur Smith gone. So Raheem Morris brought in all his guys, and so Falcons ties been with Falcons before, went to the Rams, and then now he's back as head coach. So has coaching experience with Tampa, head coaching experience with Tampa, and then was with the Falcons for a while, went out to LA. So it's I mean, I'm fine with it. The only thing do him and Fontenot finally get to run this organization, or is it still in the hands of Arthur Blank and Rich McKay? I mean, because that's really been the overall issue as a whole, where Rich McKay got fired, obviously, a long time ago, but then essentially got promoted. He got fired to get promoted in Atlanta. Was a long-time GM for a while, and then, you know what? You suck so bad at being the GM, we're going to fire you, but then promote you to president and football operations. Make sense, right? So, and then obviously the churn of Dimitroff and now Fontenot with the GMs in Atlanta. So if they can get through that hurdle, then and work through that and let Fontenot and the GM Fontenot and his staff, and then Raheem do some things. Yeah, we're not this smooth, well-run organization known as the Green Bay Packers. Okay, so we've got our multitude of challenges. So
hey,
Michael,
I appreciate having Gutekunst, man. Gutekunst is one of the best for sure. I appreciate him.
Yeah, on that end for sure. So Michael, being a Denver fan, Wilson's not y'all's guy, right? Y'all are getting a quarterback in this. You think you're getting a first rounder? You think y'all gonna get Penix? If he falls later, y'all gonna try to trade up. Where are you sitting on that?
I don't think they're going to trade up with the addition of the MILF Hunter, but it will be interesting to see where they go. I almost think they're going to just go with whoever falls at 12 because of the addition of Zach Wilson. And he's not the answer. Stidham's not the answer,
Right.
and they can't keep going after, like I was telling Gus before, they can't keep going after these slightly after their prime veteran quarterbacks. We've seen it. We've seen it with Case Keenum. We've seen it with, I always like to call him Shane Falco. Now comeback player of the year in Joe Flacco. And then obviously just now with Russell Wilson. A lot of people are mad now because Zach Wilson is going to be wearing number 10. So everyone who got a Russell Wilson jersey cannot change that 3 into a 2. So a lot of people are mad about that. But
so you're telling me you're going to see the duct tape on the numbers on the back? They still got the Wilson on the back. They just they'll get the duct tape. So that works, I guess.
Or you might see of like 3 + 7 or something like that. That'll be an interesting. That'll be an interesting quarterback room heading into this season, depending on what they do at 12. So, and they could shock everyone. Who knows what's in the head of Sean Payton? That guy is. I'm still not sold on him, to be honest with you. I know he did a lot of good things in New Orleans. He's obviously trying to bring in everyone possible that used to play for him in New Orleans. Some worked out, some didn't. I'm sure he wishes he could somehow bring Drew Brees out of retirement and bring him here, but I think that's out of the question. But, he was kind of handed this situation. None of these are his guys. None of the coaches are his guys. Russell Wilson wasn't his guy. It almost seems like he could have set up an offense to fit Russell Wilson. It almost like he basically set up Russ to fail just to get him out of it, just for an excuse to get him out of here, which kind of sucks because I like Russell Wilson, but we'll see what he does.
And didn't they give Sean Payton basically full control, a lot of control out there to do what he wants in Denver like he had in New Orleans? Or is it kind of more a working relationship, team effort with him and the front office?
Yeah, I feel like there's way too many Paytons with a voice because you have George Payton, who is the actual GM, and I think I almost feel like when they're in a room together, Sean Payton just like, shut up, George, and he's like, I got this. So I think George Payton is he has the title, but I think he's pretty much relinquishing control. Like, I honestly don't know how George Payton still has a job, to be honest with you, with all of the bad moves he's made over the last couple of years. And like I've told everyone, their Russ deal, 95% of the teams in the league would have made that trade if Russell Wilson was available.
Yeah,
almost 100% of the league would have made that trade. Minus the Tampas who had Tom Brady, minus the Kansas Cities who have Mahomes. There's a few teams that don't need a quarterback. It was the contract that they gave him because he still had 2 years left on his Seattle deal. So that the contract extension is what kind of left everyone with a bad taste in their mouth. But I think it's Sean Payton's room now. I think George Payton is probably sitting in a little kid's chair off to the corner in the draft room tonight. And everyone's saying, shut up, George, when he has something to say. But that's just my take on it. I think it's Sean Payton's team now.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting.
Hey, man. Yep. Y'all definitely got to get y'all a quarterback, though, for sure, man. With Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert in that division, you got to get you a throwing guy.
Yeah, they definitely have to do something. And like I said, these a little bit on the downslide of veteran prime quarterbacks is not going to cut it anymore. So they need the next John Elway, to be honest with you. They need a guy who's going to be here for 15, 16 years. They can't keep getting these stop and plug bridge guys who aren't the future. So they got to do something.
Yeah, like I said, that's where I'm at with the Falcons. They've got a 3-year stopgap in Cousins, but you don't have an exit plan after that, you're back in the same situation.
Yeah, and
exactly.
Were you surprised at? Were you surprised just at the move of acquiring Kirk Cousins when everyone pretty much thought, Rattlers, he's all right, but we need a quarterback in the upcoming draft. What was
Um,
your overall take on what they gave Cousins? Because it was a pretty hefty contract for only a couple years.
yeah. I mean, watching Riddler, you knew Desmond Ritter wasn't the answer. I mean, it was kind of like frustrating a little bit. I feel like the Falcons could have known that sooner, but they played Marcus the year they drafted Ritter in the 3rd round. They played Marcus Mariota that full year, and we weren't going anywhere. You know what Marcus Mariota is at this point? He's a backup, stopgap to get you to the next guy, which is fine. It's okay. That's where you were at, but let's see if we got something in Desmond Ritter going into last year's draft. Do we need to get a quarterback? They were sold on Ritter. Okay, we're going to roll with Ritter this year. You know, his first basically full year of, starting, and he was not very good. Fortunately, we got some compensation for him when we traded him. I mean, we got a pick for him, so that's all you can ask for, a 3rd rounder, right? I mean, starting experience. And so I knew they were going to do, of course, they were going to do something to the quarterback. I mean, Cousins, his wife's from Atlanta. They've got family. She got family that lives in Atlanta as well. So there was an Atlanta tie there. And there, I mean, that was kind of the rumor mill going around. So like Gus was saying, and I agree, the Falcons have a good offensive in place. They got 2 good backs. They've got, Pitts, and then they've got Drake London out wide. They've got a good offense around them for a veteran quarterback in Cousins to come in and succeed. So and it shows with them going to get Cousins that we're in win now mode. You wouldn't go sign a 35-year-old if you didn't think you were, hey, we're one piece away from getting to the playoffs and maybe making some noise.
Hey, Locke, how did you feel about when you guys passed on Lamar Jackson last year? I think you guys were in the driver's seat to get him, and you guys ultimately passed on. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of stuff on this. I think ultimately, I don't think he was leaving. He was leaving Baltimore. It was almost Baltimore's like, hey, other teams, do our bidding for us. Do you right? So it's like, oh, that's what you're going to offer? Okay, that's fine. Or, oh, we figured we were going to have to offer Lamar Jackson more money to keep him, and we don't. So, should they have made a play for him? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that it did the same. And I said the exact same thing last year, 2 years ago about Deshaun Watson. I mean, all off-field stuff aside, obviously we knew he was gonna play. Once all that was, out there, and they decided on whatever the decision that they made from the NFL and the league and all that. I was like, all right, let's go get Deshaun Watson, and fortunately, might turn out to be a good thing that they didn't, based on how he's played up in Cleveland, knocking off the rust. And then getting injured, and then playing okay, getting the flow of things, and then getting injured again. So that might have been a blessing in disguise, because of course we'd have had to lock him up to a $150, $200 million contract. And exactly. You can't he's got that locked in, so there's no way you can move him or cut him without having a bunch of dead money. So it's like I was fine. I would have liked to see Lamar Jackson, but ultimately I didn't see that as a real possibility. Oh, wow. So just A.J. Brown just signed an extension with the Eagles.
Yeah, speaking of the Eagles, we will have Zach Deal on here. Coming up, he is one of the hosts of Paisan Sports, based in Philadelphia. So we will get his take on that. Don't forget to like and subscribe to all of the socials and stuff like that. Facebook, Instagram, it still says Twitter, but it's obviously now X, and obviously on YouTube as well. So head to all of those platforms to get all of our content here on e5280sports.com, as Chicago officially on the clock with the first pick in this year's draft, guys. And obviously you have a quarterback change in Chicago as they send Justin Fields to a now very crowded Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback room with obviously the aforementioned Russell Wilson and now Justin Fields. And so quarterback for the Chicago Bears is going to be, I'm assuming, the Bears' focus, and it'll be interesting which way they go. Obviously, I don't know how much you can read into all of the rumors or hot takes or whatever you want to call them on Caleb Williams saying I don't want to play in Chicago, all that kind of stuff. Who knows if any of that's true, but usually where there's smoke, there's fire. So Gus, I'll throw it to you first. Is Caleb Williams a lock in Chicago, or do they shock the world and go somewhere else?
Yeah, I believe he's a lock. When I seen Justin Fields head to the Steelers, that pretty much let me know that Caleb Williams had reached out and let them know that as long as he's in the building, then I don't want to come. So you need to go ahead and get rid of him. That's what I would assume. And as far as him not wanting to go to the Bears, he's a smart man if he decides that. We already know I'm a Green Bay fan, so that's like a second home for us, unless he just wants to see us winning games, which we're going to do regardless of who the Bears pick. I think that's probably where they're going to go with Caleb Williams. I do think Jaden Daniels is actually a better option. He's a little bit more ready right now, running that pro-style offense and everything he does in college. And he kind of evolved each year, so I wouldn't be shocked if they actually did that, but everything is kind of leaning towards Caleb Williams right now.
Yeah, and I mean that you 100%. I think one of the interesting things to watch is, it's always going to be the quarterback that's in play of where do they go, who falls to 23, or is it who's that team that moves up from 24 to go get that to go get a McCarthy? You're like, all right, or is it going to be Penix falls to the second round? There's all these, variables that are always, I think, fascinating to me with the quarterback in play of, where they're going. There's, like I said, I feel like almost every draft, there's always a quarterback that falls and always a team that comes up and gets their guy.
Yeah, so the Chicago Bears obviously taking a quarterback in with the first pick in the NFL draft. Then you have the Commanders, New England, another interesting team with one of these top five picks. They've have a very speculative, if that's even a word, quarterback room as well, with Mac Jones really hanging on by the skin of his teeth, if that's even a phrase. Is it the skin of your teeth? Something like that. But anyway, Mac Jones played really, really terrible last year. He was in and out of the lineup for multiple times. He got benched multiple times. What's a good look for, obviously Bill Belichick's not there, so he's not commanding the room anymore. What is a good look, Locke? I'll throw it to you first for New England as far as a quarterback goes. Who fits into a non-Belichick system now with the Patriots?
Obviously that's a wait and see, and of course they're going quarterback. Them trading Mac Jones to he's with the Jags now. So and the rumors, Drake May, they've said he's a little bit of developmental. He'll play if if he goes to New England right away, but they say there's a lot of flaws with him. Experience and play, but they're definitely quarterback. Whether it's May, Daniels might be there. There's whatever. Whoever their guy is at quarterback. They're not getting Caleb Williams probably, but I feel like whether it's McCarthy, whether it's May, whether it's Daniels, like whoever's in play there is going to be their pick.
For me, I wouldn't be shocked if actually the Patriots actually passed on taking a quarterback. I know they got a new coach at the helm with Gerard Mayo. You know, he's a defensive guy. And the Patriots, they're not one of the teams that are, you know, 1 or 2 players away from really contending, especially with the division they're in with the Jets, with Miami and Buffalo. They're pretty much the last wheel. And so they just need to get the best player available on board, because if Caleb Williams is off the board, I'm not as high on the rest of the quarterbacks. I mean, Jaden Daniels, I think he's probably the most ready, but I'm not sure what his ceiling is. So I wouldn't be shocked if they actually just took the best player on the board and continue to get better. I think it'll be a while before they actually contend in that division.
Yeah, when's the last time you would have said Miami or New England is on the bottom of that AFC East division? It's been a very long time pre Bill Belichick era at some point when New England was struggling for air in that division. Like you said, Gus, the Miamis, Buffaloes of the world, always fighting for the top of that division nowadays. Speaking of quarterbacks, a lot of talk with Michael Penix down at LSU. You know, I've read a lot of things that, some teams are scared of the injuries. Some teams are scared of his age. He's a little bit older than a lot of these quarterbacks coming out in this draft. Where do you guys see in maybe him falling to a good fit for him, or is he just guaranteed a top 5, top 10 pick in this draft?
I think everything I've seen with him, I think he's kind of the rumors. I feel like it's been all over the board. He could go late, maybe late first. He could fall to the second. But another thing and I said this when on one of my shows earlier, when it comes to Penix, I'd be fine if the Falcons went and got Mike Penix out of Washington. And another thing with me, the age doesn't bother me, because you have quarterbacks playing 10, 15 years now. So if you got your quarterback for the next 10 years, would you be happy? I would. You got your quarterback you're set for the next 10 years at quarterback? I'd be fine with that. I mean, that puts him at 30, that puts him at 34, 35, 36, say he plays 12 years. I'd be, and if he produces and plays well, you're set.
Yeah, I definitely think Mike Penix is going to be a great pickup for somebody late. Definitely going to be going to one of the better teams if he falls to the bottom of the first round. So it might be shocking, but I wouldn't be surprised if somebody like Jerry Jones jumped out there and took a chance on him. I don't think he believes in Dak Prescott. That shows by him not extending that contract this year coming up. We're kind of going to let him play it out. And I know they have Trey Lance behind them, but I haven't been hearing any noise about Trey Lance since he left San Francisco. So it doesn't seem like they have too much faith in that quarterback room. So if Mike Penix was able to drop that far, he would have a ready-made offense, good offensive line, some receivers outside, and then a dominant defense. And playing for the Dallas Cowboys, that's always going to bring that publicity. So I wouldn't be shocked if he was able to fall to a team like Dallas.
Yeah, when Caitlin Clark sells out more jerseys in a day than the Dallas Cowboys did their entire season, that should tell you something that something's going up with the old man down there in Dallas. So yeah, keep an eye, because Jerry always likes, every now and again he'll surprise some people, shock some people, and make a surprise move. And it hasn't happened, draft wise in a little bit, but he could again shock the world, surprise some people, and we might get a breaking news. Dallas moves up in the draft. I mean, it very well could happen, especially, Gus, like you said, with the Cowboys not being able to get over that playoff hump with the Dak Prescott. Sure, his regular season numbers are video game-ish sometimes, but when it comes to the postseason, the play and the execution is just not there.
Exactly.
So the Bears, again, officially on the clock as they are in the showing bits, and we'll have the screen. Sorry if it's a bit small on our screen, but they showed Caleb Williams. They're under 6 minutes left with their pick. So we will see where the Bears go as get a good look there in their war room. So being in the same division as the Packers, Gus, obviously you said, but listen, this team has been owned by Green Bay since Hector was a pup. I mean, Aaron Rodgers claimed that to be their second home. It's just been bad the last couple of years. And I will tell you guys that the Bears are my second team. My whole family's from Chicago, so I follow them as well. But it has just been – I was excited for Justin Fields. I was kind of bittersweet when they traded Justin Fields. And of course, everyone's jersey I get, everyone gets traded. So now I'm stuck with a Russell Wilson and a Justin Fields jersey. So I have no idea what to do. I think I'm just going to retire from buying jerseys.
So hold on, one thing on the jersey. Are you going to go with the duct tape? Because you've already got the Wilson set. Are you going to go with the duct tape number? Or are you just going to retire the Russell Wilson jersey?
Personally, I'm going to do the 3+7.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, because Zach Wilson's going to be number 10.
All right.
Or I might just get one custom made that says MILF Hunter. I don't know. I haven't decided yet.
The possibilities are endless.
Yeah. So, yeah, but what is your take on the NFC North, Gus? Because now no more Justin Fields, no more Kirk Cousins. Obviously, Jordan Love is rising to the top of not only best team as Packers are getting back up there, and they've always kind of ran that division. I know Minnesota's been up there a few years. Bears haven't been up there in a while. Detroit is obviously on the rise as they were in the NFC Championship last year. But, Jared Goff is, he's above, I would say maybe average to above average, still in that second tier, borderline third tier of quarterbacks, but he did a good job last year getting that Detroit team to the playoffs. So as the pick is in, and we'll take this off mute and see what the Bears do here. I guess we'll wait for Roger Goodell. But your take, Gus, on the NFC North.
Yeah, the NFC North, you definitely have changed over the past few years with Kirk Cousins leaving. They leave the Vikings without a quarterback, so I assume they'll probably be going back in this draft at some point. Like you said, the Lions are on the rise. When's the last time we talked about the Lions actually being a big-time force? So that creates some parity in our division as far as with us and them. And then depending on who the Bears get, we're assuming to be Caleb Williams. They could be right back in the mix as well because he does have some good pieces on the outside. You got Keelan Allen that just came in the town from the Chargers. Already had DJ Moore. I think they got Swift from the Eagles. So he'll have some pieces to work with. I think it'll be real interesting. One thing that I haven't seen brought up a lot that does concern me if I'm a Bears fan is Caleb Williams played in the Heat, played in Southern Cal, and now he'll be going to Chicago.
Yeah. So here's Roger Goodell. Oh.
There he is.
Oh, they did get Caleb Williams.
Detroit cheer for Caleb Williams. Hugging his family. And he is the first overall pick in the NFL draft.
All right. So it is Caleb Williams, as many of us have suspected here. So reaction, Caleb Williams, the first overall pick in the 2024 NFL draft, heading to the aforementioned NFC North.
I mean, it's one of those, they need a quarterback. It was a more question of what are we doing? We got Justin Fields. Obviously, when they cleared that out by trading him, it's like, all right, Caleb Williams is our guy. And I think definitely Williams has got better weapons to work with coming in as a rookie than Fields did at that time. So it's here we go, Caleb Williams to Chicago.
Yeah, I think he'll have everything at his disposal to succeed in Chicago. Like you say, he has the players They've been high on them ever since ever since they've known they were going to get the number 1 pick. So we kind of seen this coming. Like I said, the 2 questions I have is him coming from Southern Cal and coming into Chicago, playing in that type of environment, especially once you get late into the year. He'll have to answer that question. And then the other questions are, he was kind of a little bit tougher to deal with coming into this draft process. I know he didn't want to do the combine. He didn't want to do certain things. He had a lot of demands. When you have a lot of demands, once you hit the field, you got to show out. So I'm pretty sure the Chicago fans will be looking for that. We'll see what happens. But I expect us to sweep them just like usual.
Yeah, and Gus, going back to what you said, the receivers in that room they got better at receiver, like you mentioned, adding to DJ Moore. They bring in Allen from the Chargers, so that's going to be, like you said, everything at his disposal now. Some good targets. They got a big tight end who showed some promise last year. The offensive line is obviously very, very suspect. We saw, and it could have just been Justin Williams running first nature, and there you go. On DeAndre Swift also coming over, and it could have just been Justin Fields running for his life, or it could have been Justin Fields more of a run first quarterback. But after they get this quarterback out of the way, the offensive line should be on their hit list coming up.
Exactly.
So now we
pick 2 Commanders.
Yeah, the Commanders are now on the clock in the 2024 NFL draft, as it's going to be interesting what they do because, I think they were a little bit improved last year, judging from the year before that. They still have a lot of questions at their quarterback position. Their defense, they made some trades in the last couple of years to, I don't want to say dumb down that defense, but they've lost a lot of big defensive pieces. So it'll be interesting where Washington goes.
Yeah,
they traded Sam Howell, correct?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess he was kind of their guy. They were wishy-washy on him when he did start. It's like, he's who we've got in our roster, so he's who our starter is. They have to the picks just in. I would imagine it's one of the QBs as well.
Yeah, and our feed is probably a little bit delayed, so we will just roll with what we got. And it's a little bit choppy, so excuse that. But the Washington pick, there you see in their war room down in Ashburn, Virginia. Had no idea their war room, or I guess their headquarters is in Virginia.
Yeah.
So we will wait the pick of Washington. That NFC East division is another, division where you're like, this can kind of go, 3, maybe 4 teams are vying for that top spot in that NFC East. Obviously Philadelphia has been kind of the run of the mill when it comes to the Eastern division out there in the NFC, but we shall see.
Yeah, when it comes to Washington, the fact that they have a new head coach, I could see them actually going quarterback because anytime you get a new head coach, they definitely want their own trigger man. So I wouldn't be shocked as well if they went quarterback here. And like you say, they definitely are in the mix to compete in this division and actually win this division. I know the Eagles kind of hit a slump about halfway through, and a lot of rumbles that I was hearing was about how Howie Roseman didn't give their head coach, Nick Sirianni, the full keys to the car, and kind of had a stranglehold on him. So that might be something we need to look at this year. Is he going to give him his full arsenal and just let him do what he does?
Do you want me to say the pick, or are we going to wait for our feed?
Yeah, again, it's a little bit delayed, but we'll roll with our feed just so we can get the Roger Goodell saying it at the podium, is he should be on his way up there. As we are waiting for the commentary here, but it is going to be. And I think, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna piggyback off and agree with Gus with you saying new head coach, so and they need a quarterback. So it's one of those. I'm gonna plant my flag on this guy and hopefully have a job in 3 years. You have a job in 3 years.
All right, here comes. I'm assuming Roger's coming. He's making his way slowly. Here he comes.
Josh Harris, matchup Johnson et al. Era. And who is the first pick of Washington tonight?
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels, quarterback, LSU.
So there it is, another quarterback off the board. Jaden Daniels heads to the Washington Commanders. Another quarterback room that needed to get filled, as we mentioned. Sam Howell was already on his way out the door, and Jaden Daniels, the new sheriff in town for the Commanders. Thoughts on the pick?
I think it's a good pick. Like I was saying earlier, he's probably the most ready quarterback in this draft, in my opinion. So I think it's definitely a great pick, but they're going to have to put some pieces around him. Ted McLaurin, I know they have on the outside. They lost Antonio Gibson, I think, to the Patriots. So not that many explosive pieces around them. So we'll see what they do to buckets.
But it's you go get your guy at quarterback, whoever your guy is. In their case, it's Jalen Daniels, and you build around him, because if you hit on him, then you don't have to be worrying about figuring out who your quarterback is in 3 years. You're picking the later half of the draft and building around him.
All right, so 2 picks are in for the NFL draft. Now we talked about the Patriots, who are now on the clock, another team that is probably vying for one of these top quarterbacks. Obviously, what is your guys' take? A lot of at least discussion out here in Denver is they do not want the Broncos, if this were to happen, to go after JJ McCarthy from Michigan. They don't want any part of him. What is your guys' take on JJ?
Go ahead, Locke.
I was gonna say he's probably one of the more pro-ready quarterbacks coming in, and I say that he played a pro-style offense, so he's going through he's used to going through the reads and the progressions, as opposed to there's my first or my second read out of the shotgun, boom, I'm gonna hit that 5-yard slant route. He's used to the progressions. I feel like he wins. He does that. It's shown throughout his entire career. He's a winner, and he's played a lot. He's played a lot of football. He's played a lot of football as well. I feel like it's kind of the unsexy, safe pick when it comes to like the other names in this draft when it comes to quarterback. The raw tools of Drake May, the big arm, the Heisman winners in Williams and Daniels. There's none of that with McCarthy. He just got a national championship. So,
hey, Locke, man, I think you hit on the key word, though. You hit on the key word. He's a winner. And I think sometimes these GMs make it way harder than they need to. If you can get a guy in there that can win, that won't turn the ball over, that's pretty much 75% of what he needs to do. Of course, it's sexy, like you said, to have a guy with the big arm, can make all the throws. But I think JJ can actually make those same throws. It's just that he was in a system that he didn't need to. And, if he goes to a place where he has to make more plays, I think he can make those plays. So I think the key word you said, he's a winner. So I like JJ.
And I just thought of this as New England's pick, and I wonder if New England, for like that fan base, if it's almost this. Say they do go McCarthy here, if it's almost like a flashback to Mac Jones of, oh, Mac Jones doesn't have the big arm, can make the throws, not super athletic, but he played under Nick Saban. That offense, that style of play, and it's you see where Mac Jones is now. So that's, I mean, I feel like that could be one of the, obviously every quarterback's different. Everything, you're not comparing apples to apples. Everything's different. But I wonder if that, from a fan base standpoint, that thought process could creep in as the pick is in.
And again, our video is a little bit delayed here, but obviously, Patriots, again, with that empty quarterback room, I know they brought in Jacoby Brissett. I think he signed another deal. Good, serviceable backup, but another one of those guys who's not going to be your long-term starter. A bridge guy for a lot of these teams that we've seen him play for, and so. He's going to be backing up one of these rookies. It's just a matter of who, as the pick is in, like Locke said, for the New England Patriots, as still waiting for Roger Goodell to hit the podium, and here he comes. So we will see what the Patriots do.
They might stick in pick, but at least
the New England Patriots select Drake May, quarterback, North Carolina.
All right, so 3 straight quarterbacks taken off the board for this start of the draft. Was that any surprise for you guys? Not just the Drake May pick, but were you expecting 3 straight quarterbacks off the board with these teams and their needs?
For me, not at all. Not for me, not at all. Just because of the need and the situation these teams are in. 2 of them new head coaches. Let's build our new. Let's take this organization in a different route. Let's get our quarterback to lead us there for the next 10 to 15 years. Is the hope.
Hey, I think earlier I was talking about they possibly might go in a different direction, but just like Locke said, they have a new head coach, so he definitely wants to get his guy, so that makes sense. One key thing I want to point out here is that, I like to listen to Merle Hodges as opposed to what he thinks about some of these college players coming in, and Merle was definitely not high on Drake May and said he would stay away from him, so I tend to listen to him because a lot of his picks have turned out exactly like he predicted, so, we'll have to wait and see how that is with the red flags Merle was bringing up.
I think I've read and heard some things where he's got a bunch of tools, but he's still pretty raw when it comes to his development. And this is not coming from me. I don't deep dive into tape. I'm not that, but it's just the all the reports and all the write-ups. Definitely a top 10 overall player when it comes to people's big boards and that sort of thing, but you got to get that quarterback to carry your franchise.
Yeah,
do you
for sure.
I think this puts pressure on other franchises to jump up and come get a quarterback now, since the first 3 picks were quarterbacks?
So you got that McCarthy and Penix. There's your next 2. Obviously you got Arizona. They're probably not going quarterback. Chargers obviously aren't. And you got the Giants sitting at 6. I'm not I'm not a believer in Daniel Jones, but they got this money locked up into him, so puts him in a tricky spot because we've seen what Jones is now. So as a Denver guy here, are you knowing these first three picks are quarterbacks? Are you now considering trading up? Or are you just gonna see maybe if McCarthy? Do you want McCarthy? If you want the quarterback, do you want McCarthy or Penix?
Honestly, honestly, I don't even. They just have to get one of these top guys, and I have no preference on who. I would like to see JJ McCarthy, but like I said, a lot of the talk out here is they don't want nothing to do with JJ McCarthy, and I agree with you, Locke, what you said earlier. Probably the most pro-ready guy, but also when you look at Penix, he's. I don't know if pro-ready is the term that you want to use, but he is coming in as one of the older quarterbacks in this draft. So he's got some readiness to him. He's got some maturity to him as Arizona pick is in. So here comes Roger Goodell.
And so
he's about to come
what
out here and announce what the
another name we hadn't mentioned,
and picking the Chargers
another older quarterback. We'll let this pick go, and then I'll.
The fourth pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr.
Wow.
Wide receiver, Ohio State.
All right, so the first wide receiver is off the board, and it was going to probably be Marvin Harrison Jr., as there was a lot of hype around him coming out of Ohio State. So Arizona trying to, I guess, give Kyler Murray more weapons, not Call of Duty weapons, but receiver weapons on the football field as Marvin Harrison Jr. goes to Arizona. What do you guys think about that pick?
It definitely fits. Arizona's lost a bunch in their receiving core. You get Marvin Harris, who's balled out in college for the last 3 years. He's got a pretty good bloodline from, my memory serves me correctly as well. So, I think it's a pretty easy pick and a good fit because they were. And this falls perfect for Arizona because they were never in the quarterback game. So they could basically take their best player on their board that wasn't a quarterback, which it felt perfectly for them. And obviously Harris was their guy.
Marvin was definitely the safe pick. He was the best receiver in the draft, most ready-made. Like you said, he has the bloodline from his pops, who was an excellent receiver. My only question is they lost Hollywood Brown. They lost Rondale Moore. Did they really get better with this pick? They just have so many other holes, especially on defense. They had some issues with the offensive line. So it's kind of like they're in the same spot to me, picking Marvin Harrison. Of course, he's a great talent, but I don't know if he was necessarily the need right now, the number one need for the Cardinals, in my opinion.
Where would you lean for the Cardinals? What were you expecting them to pick, if not a wide receiver? Are they completely bought in on Kyler Murray? Were you looking that way? Were you looking defense?
So I think they, pretty much sold on Kyler Murray based on that contract they gave him. I know there was some issues a couple of years ago, and he's had some injuries. But, keep him upright since he's had some injury issues. I thought they would go offensive line first. If not, I thought they would go defense and maybe go out there and get some veteran receivers to pair with him. Because, like I said, he's had, DeAndre Hopkins, Hollywood Brown. He's had Rondell Moore, and the offense has kind of been stagnant in the same place. So it's like, why not build in other places, make that your strength, and see what you can do after the fact. But Marvin, he's a great player, so they are getting a great receiver in that room. But we'll see if it move the needle or not.
All right, now go ahead, Locke.
I was gonna say, and it's do they go this exciting, sexy pick, or do they go this boring offensive lineman pick that is always going to be valuable and always gonna protect your quarterback? It's fun for the fans to go with the wide receiver, absolutely it is, but it's the do I go the boring offensive tackle that's going to keep my quarterback upright, or do I go this fun, exciting receiver? Like you were saying, Gus.
Exactly.
It's all right. So now we have the LA Chargers on the clock with the 5th overall pick in the draft. Obviously, not looking for a quarterback. You lose Keenan Allen. Do they go wide receiver like Arizona to try to fill that spot? They're going to be an interesting one here at number 5, guys.
Yeah.
I think Harbaugh is kicking himself right now because I think he thought he had Marvin locked up.
No.
Go ahead, Locke.
No. Yeah. You think I don't know about that. I mean, you mentioned receivers. You go get the kid out of LSU, receiver. I don't know if Neighbors to go replace. They swap Neighbors out for Keenan Allen, and that's kind of you've seen that a lot here recently, last few years, with these drafts of AJ. We're gonna trade AJ Brown, and then we're gonna swap out with the draft, or the Stephon Diggs multiple times being traded, and then that team going and drafting his replacement at wide receiver.
Yeah, so the LA Chargers are officially on the clock, as we've seen 3 straight quarterbacks come off the board. And then obviously Marvin Harrison Jr., the first non-quarterback taken at number 4 by the Arizona Cardinals. Obviously the Giants are going to be an interesting one here at number 6, guys. Again, how much belief is in their quarterback room as well?
Same thing with Tennessee.
Yeah.
Are they? I mean, I know they're in year 1 of Will Levis. How much faith do they have in Levis as well? I was going to say maybe the Chargers trader picked one of them, but their picks in. So, but I wanted to circle back around this. We were talking about quarterbacks, and one we hadn't mentioned, and also an older quarterback getting some potential first round talk is Bo Nix. He's played a lot of football. 3 years, 3-year starter at Auburn, and then 2 more years out at Oregon. Once again, he's an older guy. He's I think he's 24. 6-year guy out of 6-year college guy. Would you are you totally completely off on him being in Denver?
No. Yeah, another one of those guys, the term pro ready has circled around him. Obviously Penix, obviously McCarthy, as we talked about. I wouldn't be terribly upset if Bo Nix was the guy here. A lot of people always, I don't want to say discredit, guys coming out of that kind of offensive system in college, but it worked out for a couple guys here and there. But I think that, again, that like you said, 5-6 years playing college football is obviously, when you compare it to how fast the game is in the NFL, obviously these guys pick up the pace of the game in different ways. But I would not hate if Bo Nix was a future Bronco.
And I think I saw someone post this on Twitter. I don't remember who it was. Did a pretty good little breakdown, but it was talking about passes and stuff. And I think I saw Oregon had the most passes at or behind the line of scrimmage, which I thought was, very interesting with the their style of offense and, part of his development of what he's done the last 2 years.
As the pick is in for the I always want to say San Diego, the Los Angeles Chargers. So we'll see where they go. I wouldn't be surprised if, like you said, maybe offense, receiver, maybe offensive line to get Herbert a little bit more protection.
And they also lost their tight end in Everett. He went to the Chicago Bears. So Brock Bowers is someone who also could slide into this offense and be a target for Justin Herbert as well. So that could be a good fit.
That dude can play. Brock Bowers, man, his 3 years at Georgia. It was watching him. You watch him as freshman year, like, oh. This is a different kind of guy.
All right, here comes Roger to the podium.
Mm-hmm.
The coach of the championship college team in Michigan is about to make his first choice as a Chargers HC.
I see what you did.
Thank you, brother.
With the fifth pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt, tackle, Notre Dame.
All right, there is our first offensive lineman off the board. Tackle from Notre Dame, Joe Alt. He's 6'8", 321 pounds. So they got a big boy out there trying to help and defend Justin Herbert from touching the turf this season.
Hey, that's what you have to do to invest in your future, man. When you got a Justin Herbert out there, I think Justin Herbert is right up there with the very best from a talent perspective. Now that he has a coach that can handle those crunch time moments, can make the better decisions. I know that's kind of what the reason that Staley, before that, they were making some bad decisions. So now you got a competent coach coming in there, and his first move is to keep him upright. So I think that's a smart decision from the Chargers standpoint.
Yep. Anytime you can keep your quarterback on its feet, that's always a good. That's always a good thing, especially when it's talented as Herbert. Oh, the Giants must have ran to the podium. Their pick's already in. Huh. But yeah, that's. I mean, it's good. I mean, I would, like I said, as a quarterback, you always want to have people protecting you, and I feel like they could eliminate a lot of guys too, because they weren't in the quarterback market. So I think their decision was, do I maybe trade back and pick up a pick or two, a few picks, or if we don't get the value, we're going to go get our offensive tackle that we hope's there for 10, 15 years.
Is there still any belief in Daniel Jones, or is he seeing the bench here pretty soon?
At this point is right now is McCarthy, Penix or Bo Nix better than Daniel Jones? And Jones is in year what? 7? Is
So,
he
yeah,
7
somewhere
or 8? Because he got his contract and then they re-upped him. So or do they? Hey, let's try to continue to build around Daniel Jones as we're hooked that he's our guy. So we'll see what weapons they go the weapon, or they go with the quarterback as the picks. Like I said, the picks in. So that's, and like I said earlier, with the contract they have with Daniel Jones, I think they're kind of locked into him.
As we await for.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Go ahead, Mike. I'll wait after this.
I was just saying, we're just waiting for Roger to hit the podium here.
Yeah, the only thing I was gonna say is I agree with you, Locke. I think they're married to Daniel Jones. They gave him the money. They're right now they're in that pick range where you're kind of reaching if you get one of those guys right now. So it might be safer to trade back, see if you can get some extra compensation and still land your guy at quarterback at that point in time. So if they did that, I think that would be smart, or maybe pick the best player available and take one of those quarterbacks in the second or third round. Might be a safer bet just because of how much money you have in Locke,
Right.
or in Daniel Jones.
All right.
Right.
Here comes Roger.
Stu, what a huge inflection point in tonight's draft this moment is.
With the 6th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, LSU.
Neighbors.
All right. There, guys. You guys are just talking about Neighbors possibly being a choice for the Chargers. He goes to the Giants. So I guess Daniel Jones live to play another down here momentarily. But they go wide receiver. You guys shocked at the pick, or what's your reaction to wide receiver going to the Giants?
I think it's basically what kind of what Gus said. It's almost that no man's land of, I don't like McCarthy or Penix or Bo Nix or whatever here. And also, too, what we were both saying is they're married to Jones in the contract. So let's go get the best guy on our draft board.
Exactly. I like the pick though, man. It's a sexy pick. He has a big name, big personality. So I think you can sell some jerseys in New York. Once you're in that type of market, you definitely want somebody who has a big personality that can bring out the best. And he'll also bring out the best in Daniel Jones. Have a target that he can get behind anybody. He got the speed. He can run any route on the route tree. Has great hands. So I think it was a safe, good pick. And give Daniel Jones everything he needs. That way you can rule out if you need to get your guy or not, or whatever the case may be. So I like the pick.
We're with them. We're rolling with Daniel. So let's continue to try to build around him to help him to succeed.
All right. Looks like you're now we have the Tennessee Titans. We kind of touched on them a little earlier on Will Levi Jeans. They sold on him. So we will wait and see what the Titans do, as they are now officially on the clock. Gus, your partner has chimed in on the comment section as saying Panthers should trade their quarterback right now, and also thoughts on Daniel Jones as a backup at best. Thoughts and reaction to Rich's comment.
Hey, Rich, I'm going to go ahead and let you know, man. He's the Carolina fan, and he was not a a fan of them getting Bryce Young. He was pissed off when they traded DJ Moore. I think they traded Brian Burns this year, so he's of the mindset that he wants to get him out. You know, he's a Cam Newton fan. He believes in having those big quarterbacks that fit the mold, and so I can see where he's coming from with that. But I honestly wasn't too mad at what Carolina did this offseason. I think they went out and got a receiver in Deontay Johnson from the Steelers. They went out and got about 3 starting offensive linemen. So I thought that was pretty solid. But we'll see what they do. But I see where he's coming from. Appreciate you tuning in, Rich.
Let's get Rich in there. Get him to come join us. Good. We can have some Falcons Panthers rivalry actually going on. I'm sure I get it. He's based on how Bryce Wilson played last year. Not very happy with that, but I mean, it's year one in the NFL. You got to give him time, especially what the situation he walked into. First overall pick. Now the trade part and the frustration with everything they gave up to Chicago, that's a different story. I get that. But you gotta give Bryce Young some time.
Hey, I tell him the same thing you saying right now, Locke, but he ain't trying to hear that right now. He wants to be back to how they was. I think it was 2015, 2016 when they were running the South.
So maybe since it's coming from a different voice, he'll receive it better. Since it's just coming from this guy, he doesn't know what he's talking about. So maybe it's coming from a different voice, and he'll receive it better.
Exactly. Hey, I'm with you. We'll see. I'm about to see if he'll hop in now.
Yeah, so Tennessee's pick is in at the number 7 overall spot as the draft on ESPN has gone to commercial. But like you said earlier, Locke, are they sold on Will out there in the Music City, or do they somehow go quarterback? Your buddy was in Tennessee for a little bit talking about Marcus Mariota. They tried different things. They don't have Derrick Henry anymore, so that is a huge spot to fill at the running back position. I know they brought in some guys. They bring in the dude from Dallas. His name's slipping my mind now, but they're trying to get back into not running, but trying to get back to the top of that AFC South division. But Tennessee's going to be interesting, like we were talking about earlier. I don't want to speak for everyone, but are they trying to already draft another quarterback?
Or do they? They haven't really replaced AJ Brown at wide receiver yet either. I mean, obviously that trade with Philly, but then they haven't capitalized on their replacing him on the outside either.
Yeah, they've got an old version of DeAndre Hopkins. I think he's probably a security blanket, but as far as stretching the field like he used to, he's not the same guy anymore. And they brought in Calvin Ridley. He's solid. I think you got to put some pieces around Will Levis, see what he really can do since you drafted him as high as you did, and that way. Because like you said, we're still in that no man's land. I don't know if you're 100% sold on a J.J. McCarthy or Michael Penix at this point in time. I mean, if you feel like he's the guy and you're 100% sold, then go get him. I would say get him, but I think several pieces away.
And I mean, coming into last year, it was taught that hey, Will Levis could be a first round pick. Granted, he fell to the second, but there was that buzz on and around him. That excitement around him. So they're picked in.
Looks like Rich has joined.
He's in the building.
Yeah, let me add. Let me get him set
Oh,
up.
we got that Falcons and Carolina rivalry sparking up.
All right, let's get Rich in the chat. Here we go.
What's going on, everybody?
Hey, man. What's up?
What's happening, man?
Nothing much, man. Tuning in to y'all. Talk a little draft picks, but yeah, the Panthers, like I said on the Panthers, we need to get Bryce Young out of town, man. The time for him to show what he could do was last year. He's not a number one. He's not the man. We gave up way too much for the hopes of him, and it turned out to be nothing. So it's time for him to go, man.
All right, here's Roger walking to the podium for Tennessee's pick.
That's a quick hook. You know, you give them 1 year and then on to the next quarterback.
I got you.
All right, so the second offensive lineman off the board, tackle J.C. Latham from Alabama. So the second offensive lineman is on the board. So far we've seen all offense taken in the first 7 picks of this draft. Reaction to, again, just like Daniel Jones, good old Will Levi Jeans getting to, have a little bit calmness of breath here for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it before.
Hey, I definitely don't never have a problem with the offensive line. Go ahead, Locke.
You took the words out of my mouth. The safe, boring offensive lineman pick. that 10 years later, you're like, hell yeah, that was a great pick. Could he still protecting your quarterback?
My only question about this pick is I've been looking at the draft boards, and there's an offensive tackle from Penn State who they actually had as the first one coming off the board. I'm wondering if he has some red flags for a reason that 2 teams have now skipped over him and took 2 other tackles on their board.
Yeah, it's, to me, like, those things they're so hard because it's every team saying, this guy's number 1 on my draft board. This is my guy. Everyone's lying. Everyone's sending smoke screens out and trying to, maneuver the game and get the feel for that thing. So, I mean, maybe he had a red flag, maybe not. But to me, it's like, I don't know.
All right, now, Locke, the anticipation of the Atlanta Falcons now on the clock with the 8th pick in the draft. The old NFC South, as we were talking about.
Just don't screw up the pick.
Hey, you know what y'all should do?
Hey, Locke.
Yeah, what, man?
Go get a quarterback. What quarterbacks are left? Go get a quarterback, man.
No, we're good.
You already? No, you're not. No, you're not.
They got Kirk Cousins.
Kirk out there. That $200 million backup, man.
We got Captain Kirk for 3 to 4 years, man. We good, man. we got him for 3 to 4 years. We good. I mean, we were talking.
Y'all gonna be set on picks. Y'all be set on picks for these next couple of years, as long as Captain Kirk's under the helm. But y'all got everything else, man. Y'all built. Y'all got mad playmakers, man. I just feel like y'all might as well take a shot on the quarterback. Y'all got everything else right now. Y'all need to win now. So
that's kind of what that's what I said in some of my shows, and we were talking about it a little bit earlier tonight. It's the Falcons they're in a win now mode with going to sign Cousins of the the offensive pieces that you have around with Robinson, with Pitts, with Drake London. You can always use offensive line's okay. You can always use another good offensive lineman. But like the South's wide open. I mean, there's not a single quarterback or team that's like, oh crap, I'm nervous about Bryce Young. I'm nervous about Derek Carr. I'm nervous about Baker Mayfield. It's like,
Y'all win the South with Kirk, but y'all won't go far in the playoffs with him. Y'all can win the South without Kirk Cousins right now. Y'all got all that talent around y'all, man. From Kyle Pitts to Bijan Mustard. I mean, y'all loaded across the board. I just feel like Kirk is just he's gonna turn into Alex Smith for the 49ers. He's gonna get y'all there.
Wow.
So
he already is that for the most part.
Okay.
He's a game
It
manager,
is, bro.
an overpaid game manager.
Wow. All righty then. I've already seen the pick, but we'll wait for the feed here.
We'll wait till the video to get the reaction. As again, we're about 20 seconds behind real time with the old Fubo account, so we will see where Atlanta goes. And based on Locke's reaction, I'm sure a lot of people are anticipating.
Yeah, they look too good.
I said that I said this on my show earlier, and we talked about it. We talked about it earlier tonight as well, kind of kicking around some things with what we're doing and the direction of where the team currently is. So yeah, here comes Goodell with the pick.
If this is the way this goes, okay, really gonna do this? And whatever happened to the edge rusher? I thought that's where we were going with Atlanta. Wow,
Junior.
Well, there it is.
Oh.
Washington.
Michael Penix Jr.
They went and got him. They jumped up.
I told you, man. I talked to the GM yesterday, man. I talked to him yesterday, man.
And so, like, I guess I said this on my shows earlier, and I've talked about this earlier. I was talking about this earlier tonight with Michael and Gus. I was still in on the Falcons taking a quarterback because, I mean, you look at it, Cousins is a 3. We signed a 4-year deal. Technically, we could get out of the deal after 2 years, and you need a succession plan. The Falcons didn't have one. I mean, this is their first quarterback since Matt Ryan. I mean, Kirk Cousins, their first quarterback since Matt Ryan, that 3-year, 4-year period of quarterback perjury and quarterback hell where there was no plan after Matt Ryan. It's a great we're going to trade. We're going to trade him. We're going to get rid of him. And I'm not worried about the age. I said this earlier in the show. I'm not worried about the age because if you can have your quarterbacks play longer, they're older. He's 24 now. So if he plays for 10 years, let's just conservatively say 10 years, that's 34. Well, they went and signed a 35-year-old Kirk Cousins. So I guess I'm fine with the pick, and I've said this before too earlier tonight and on my earlier shows that you need you're theoretically, if this works out with Kirk Cousins, you're not picking this high again. You're not picking 8th overall. You don't have the 8th pick in the second round. You don't have the 8th pick in the third round. You don't have that higher end pick if your plan works out with Kirk Cousins, because you're going to be drafting at the bottom of the draft. That's the goal. That's what you go in. That's your mindset going in. We're going to go get Kirk Cousins to be our playoff quarterback to lead us for 2, 3, 4 years, however long he serves out his contract. But then we've got a plan in Penix to continue to learn, continue to sit, continue to grow. Because I'm sure your partner over here, Gus, has told you a thing or two about how his team has drafted quarterbacks and let them sit and develop for a few years, 2, 3, 4 years, and then you have them for the next 15 years. So like I said, I'm fine with it. And he was clearly the highest guy on their draft board.
He'll be starting by week 6. That's like I'm serious. He'll be starting by week 6.
Hey,
They
man.
wouldn't took him that high.
You being real disrespectful to Kurt right now, man.
I mean, hey, cause man, I know
all
that's why
about Kurt in that division, man. Kurt, all right.
You need a quarterback that's gonna get the ball to them playmakers, and it's him. It's Michael Fink. So
you ain't see Kurt getting the ball to JJ, Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, I mean Kurt's cool, man, but I don't see him as the winning quarterback. Y'all just drafted y'all starting quarterback. I just watched.
Our quarterback of the future. You're right. Not the quarterback of now. We didn't go and offer Kirk Cousins $100 million to go be our back.
Yeah, what is Kirk Cousins thinking right now? Is he shaking in his boots? Is he sweating a little bit?
He got that retirement plan with that big deal. He's fine. He's ready for a moment like this.
Yeah, basically his entire contract was guaranteed. So based on how it was structured, I mean, I feel like
here comes Roger with Chicago's second pick in the first 10 picks in the NFL draft.
Was this the Panthers pick? Oh wait, that was
of the night. It's just the 9th overall pick.
Here you go.
The Bears,
With the 9th pick in the 2024
they got to go offensive line.
NFL draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze, wide receiver, Washington.
Wow, wide receiver. Yeah, I would agree with you, Gus. They need offensive line. I don't know why they're taking more receivers, but
and it's a cold city.
I think this is a trend we've seen a lot here recently, to trying to pair your quarterback up with another first-round wide receiver. And let's try to give 2 rookie building blocks where we're fine with their contracts for the next 5 years because we got them, for a lower price, and we don't have to worry about them from a salary cap standpoint.
Yeah, I think the Bears gonna regret this. They're gonna regret this. Definitely a huge talent, but if Caleb Williams gets hurt because the offensive line is suspect or something goes on later in the season, we're gonna come back to this point where they took another receiver in the draft, and I think it's gonna hurt them in the long run.
Yeah, Chicago's never really drafted well.
And this could have been a case where, like you said, why Justin Fields is no longer in Chicago as well. Caleb Williams, it seems like he had a lot of star power heading into this draft. And maybe he said, hey, get me this dude in the same draft class. We're both going to be top 10 picks. Maybe that was one of the behind the scenes caveats that Caleb Williams maybe pulling some strings behind the curtains.
I agree.
So now we wait for New York Jets are now on the clock. Obviously, the status of Aaron Rodgers, or excuse me, it is the Minnesota Vikings on the clock. Are they looking quarterback now? Obviously, with the glaring hole that is Kirk Cousins leaving the city.
Did the Vikings just trade up? I thought it was the Jets.
Yeah, they must
Yeah, I
have
just saw
they
just traded up.
Okay, cool. They're going to get JJ. They're trading up. I would assume.
So there's the detail of the trade. Vikings get the 10th overall pick, and the Jets looks like I can't see the screen too well. 11th or 17th, it looks like, and then they get another 4th round and another later round pick.
Yeah, it looks like the 11th, 4th rounder, and a 5th rounder. I think, like I said, yeah, they're going quarterback. And the Jets moving back, I think they feel comfortable about finding the O-lineman that they want. So I think they're going to definitely get Aaron Rodgers some O-line help. So I think they were safe trading back.
Wait, so what they end up picking up a 3rd and a 4th, you said?
Yeah, 11th, a 4th round pick, and a 5th round pick.
4th, they picked up a 4th and a 5th.
Yes, sir.
I mean, the Jets are obviously in short term, let's win now mode with Rodgers. So they're going to go all in to continue to build that and try to make the run. So it makes you wonder who was Minnesota trying to jump then? Did they jump? Were they behind Denver? Did they jump Denver?
Yeah, they were. I think they were the 11th, so they only jumped one spot. They only jumped one spot, so they basically swapped the 10th and the 11th, and Denver's 12.
So okay.
I mean, they got 2 spots ahead of them instead of 1, I guess.
But it still doesn't matter if they're both in on a quarterback, whether you're 1 or 2 spots in front, it doesn't matter.
I would assume that Denver was probably in talks with trading up as well, and they gave a better deal.
And that very well could be the case too. Yeah. So here it is. Yeah. So okay, the Vikings received a 6th in the deal also, and the Jets get a 4th and a 5th. Okay.
So you got any nerves over there, Mike? We're getting close to that Denver pick.
Not really.
This makes you.
I honestly, it's been hard to wrap my head around football with the Nuggets and Avalanche in the playoffs. So I haven't honestly turned the page to football yet. But doing some research and reading up on these guys in the last couple of days is when I got some of my thoughts and opinions in there. But no, I mean, they just need to find a guy who's going to be their quarterback for 13 to 15 years. That's all I want, really. That's my wish list for this draft.
And if this Vikings pick is a quarterback, that would be my assumption, then them trading up to make sure they get one of the 2 guys. Does Denver then still go quarterback, or do they get the best player on their board and let that quarterback fall and potentially trade back up in the 1st round to get that guy? Or do they say, know what? Maybe he's there in the 2nd round.
Yeah, honestly, nothing would surprise me at this point. What this team does, it's
because. So who else? I'm trying to think like who else behind Denver now might be in the quarterback game.
I mean, I would assume the Raiders are looking for a quarterback.
Oh yeah, true. Maybe the Raiders. So the picks in.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe maybe the Raiders would be the other.
Here's Roger.
because Michael Penix was selected by the Falcons about 20 minutes ago. Here's the commissioner to make it official.
To help make the Minnesota Vikings selection, we are honored to have with us the surviving mother. Zachary died after a battle with cancer, a cancer that was discovered after he was injured during his second deployment to Iraq. We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. I'm now going to turn this over to Sergeant Ewing's nephew, Asher, who will announce the pick in honor of his uncle.
With the 10th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select J.J. McCarthy, quarterback.
There it is.
There you go.
So Minnesota finding their future / replacement of Captain Kirk.
Yeah, we talked about this
They got a
earlier.
winner, man. Good pick.
Earlier with McCarthy and these quarterbacks flying off the board too. So that's what, 4 now? But McCarthy, Penix, May, Daniels, Williams, so 5.
Yep.
Not a bad pick.
The wild thing about this is we're about to get to the teams that actually made the playoffs and the good teams. And there's a lot of talent that's falling to these guys, first round talent. A lot of people are jumping up with these quarterbacks. So I'm a little bit excited about that. I'm hoping Jared Verse can drop the Green Bay.
I was about to say, you got to be sitting here loving this right now. All these quarterbacks falling off the board. So, I mean, the draft really started in Arizona with, getting Marvin because the first they were quarterbacks. That's when the draft started. Now it's, okay, where these other teams go. But with all these, obviously, y'all aren't in the quarterback ball game. So any team that drafts a quarterback ahead of y'all, it's great for y'all because that just means more talent's going to continue to fall to you on your board is wide open for whatever option you want to do.
Looks like the Jets have made up their mind pretty quick as well as their pick is in.
They probably ran to that draft. They probably ran. I mean, they got that in quick.
Yeah, I don't see them going any other than offensive line. That was one of their question marks, especially with those top receivers coming off the board. So I see them going offensive line here.
And this is why I say taking Bryce and giving all the picks.
I'm looking at some of these top.
There's that tackle. Oh, they had pick come pick out on our side, our feed.
That's crazy. Jets first round pick since 2019.
All of that trade. Yeah, man. We still got Jared Verse still on the board. We got Bach Bowers. There's some big names still left that I'm pretty sure some of these playoff teams are going to be excited to get their hands on with these guys dropping.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised Denver coming up at number 12. I mean, really, Bo Nix is arguably, I guess, the biggest name left when it comes to quarterback. Is here comes Roger heading to the podium.
Quarterback deserving. Leading into the Jets pick, this may be the greatest moment of my entire draft career. This is awesome.
With the 11th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Olu Fashanu, tackle, Penn State.
All right, another tackle off the board, trying to protect Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I figured they would go here. This was the guy that they actually had him as the number 1 tackle coming off the board. So it'll be interesting to see if he has a better career than the 2 guys that came before him or not, or what those red flags were as opposed to why he's in the draft so far. They had him as the top 5 potential pick.
I bet you said he was in play for who took that Alabama tackle earlier.
That might have
Was
been
it the Chargers?
Who was it?
Was it the Chargers that
Yeah,
took,
the Chargers took the Notre Dame tackle.
Okay,
so somebody else
and
that
then
took the tackle right after
that you were talking about. This guy could have been in play for there.
that. Exactly. Yeah, they probably looked at that conference and say, hey, we got 2 guys and we look at them about even. One of these guys played in the SEC, so we're going to go with the guy that played in the SEC. So I can understand that thought process. Oh, Denver's on the board. Oh, yeah.
Their pick's already in.
That was quick.
I want to change over and look at Shannon Sharp and see what he says as this pick. I know Shannon's usually very vocal about any type of business that happens in Denver.
Yeah, but he's a Lakers fan, so I could care less what he says. He's lost all respect.
So what's your gut telling you right now? Quarterback? Or are they going another direction?
Yeah, now I'm hoping for quarterback. I wouldn't be surprised if this is Bo Nix now.
Hey, I'm gonna jump out on the limb, and I'm gonna say Bach Bowers.
Yeah, I honestly, nothing would surprise me at this point.
And then you got, Wilson to Brock Bauer getting the ball. Zach Wilson. I don't know, y'all could. I mean, like you said, that could be an option. And then maybe it's Spencer Rattler in the second or third, or Travis out of Florida State in the later round as well, as you just bring another one of those guys into that quarterback room, because y'all got that would be about 4 now that y'all are filtering through to try to figure out.
Yeah, just like you were talking about earlier, the Bears don't know how to haven't had a good draft in a while. Yeah, Broncos, I don't know if any of their draft picks from 5 years ago are even on the team anymore. Say maybe Garrett Bowles. and obviously Patrick Surtain from a couple years ago, but. There you go. Losing record.
Are you guys surprised there hasn't been more trades in this draft?
It would. I think it. I think it would have happened already with team trading up to try to get a quarterback. Now that run's about done. It has been a pretty straightforward draft. I'd say the Falcons pick was a little bit of a surprise, but outside of that, it's been a pretty but a draft that pretty much makes sense for these teams.
Yeah, with the quarterback class like it is this year, I think everyone wanted to, like Locke said, kind of stand pat, except for obviously Vikings moving up one spot to get their guy.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for Roger to say the pick here in just a couple of seconds, I would assume.
Hey, Rich, man, you think it's any way Carolina trades up into the first round to try to get somebody tonight, or you think they'll probably settle and wait till day 3 to make their picks?
All right.
You're trying to let them finish with their Neil Diamond song?
No, it was the hug.
It's got to stop. It's got to stop because Charles is very upset right now.
I just don't understand.
With the 12th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix.
There it is.
Quarterback, Oregon.
6 for 12.
Oh, they jumped. We got him.
There it is.
Lock. You spot on.
Quick, accurate Tua Tagovailoa. There he is. Reincarnated.
I mean, he's played a lot of football. I mean, he started for pretty much 5 years at Auburn and then Oregon.
Yeah, I think Bo Nix has a lot of the some characteristics that Drew Brees has. So I can see why Sean Payton would be high on him. It feels like he can definitely run his system. So, we'll see. And he has some pretty good mobility as well. So that's a plus as well. So we'll see.
You were Gus earlier. You were asking Rich about Carolina. What do y'all have any second or third round picks? I don't know y'all's draft setup this year.
I think you muted, Rich. I know I can't hear you.
I can't hear him either.
It's like they were talking about.
I think he is muted. You can see him right there. Yeah.
Yeah, you got yourself muted now.
Yeah, it won't let me take it off.
There you go.
Rich, I don't remember where y'all are on the draft. Do you have any seconds or thirds? I can't remember the trade where y'all are sitting in the draft this year.
I think he's having some technical issues.
Yeah, sounds like he is, but the Raiders are on the clock now.
Yeah, but I think Carolina do have some second round and some third round pick because I know they traded Burns this past year, and I think they jumped back into the second round. They may have two second round picks when they got rid of Burns. So,
okay,
yes, sir.
Vegas going quarterback here.
They'll be picking somebody who's has a third round grade, fourth round grade on them. I mean, that's
not at this point.
Yeah, that's a reach to get you fired.
That'd be reaching. I wouldn't be surprised if a guy like, I don't know, maybe who's the receivers? They don't really have any.
They got Devontae Adams.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of sad. I couldn't even think of him on the Raiders team. All right, here comes Roger.
Who did they get to replace Josh Jacobs? They might go running back. I don't think they replaced him.
All right, let's see.
So there's a lot on the line here.
With the 13th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas
Bowers is going
there
to
you go.
the Raiders.
Brock Bowers, the tight end from Georgia.
Yeah, I think they miss having Dan Waller in a Raiders uniform. So getting Brock Bowers is probably a little bit better. You got somebody who actually block as well as catch some passes too. So I think this is a great pick for them. I'm just not sure if it's sold on Gardner Minshew. It's just slated as a starter right now. I'm not sure about that move though.
Yeah, I haven't seen their depth chart, but seems like he would be really the only one there at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Bowers for them. Maybe Bo Nix was their last guy, potentially, but it's like, you know what? It's not worth trading up additional assets to go get Bo Nix. We'll go get an offensive weapon and Brock Bowers being at the top of our draft. Pair him with Adams. I don't know who's getting him that ball, but he had two options for the quarterback in Adams and Bowers.
No, that's a huge question mark. Who's getting them the ball? They got to answer that.
Saints on the clock now.
I would bet that the Saints are probably going to go defensive line. So I'm going to say they go probably Jared Verse here. Try to get some pressure. I don't think there's any receivers that are in this range that they could, without reaching.
Right.
No quarterback, so I think they're going to go defense and probably get a pass rusher.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a little bit about the Raiders. I mean, and then you had Aiden O'Connell also played a little bit last year for them and Minshew, so it's between those two, but Gardner Minshew isn't your long term guy. So they're in this quarterback purgatory where they don't want to reach to get someone where they're at. Maybe they get one later in this draft. But I mean, they went with Aiden some last year and they got rid of Derek Carr, so it's they're in a tough spot.
Yeah. What do we have on the clock? The Saints, yeah.
Saints, yeah.
I'm surprised we haven't seen a cornerback go off the board as well. Usually in that top 10, we'll have at least one cornerback, somebody that can cover some of these receivers that's been coming off the board. I think they had a cornerback from Alabama, McKinstry, who was rated pretty high. So, maybe one of those guys come off the board as well in the next few picks.
Has the defensive end gone off the board yet?
No defensive players yet.
I don't think any defensive player. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's been quarterbacks, three offensive linemen, and Harris, right?
3 wide receivers,
and then 3 receivers.
Yep. Yeah, if I'm one of the teams at the bottom, I'm ecstatic right now that I'm going to get a great value on a player at the bottom half of this round. It's also possible that the Saints go offensive line. I didn't realize. I'm sitting here looking. Chase Young went to the Saints. I didn't realize they signed with him in the offseason. So they actually did pick up a pass rusher. So maybe they do go offensive line here.
Yeah, they could. They're in that tricky 14th spot of where they're at. It's like with Carr. It's like he's an okay quarterback. I mean, he's solid, but that's what you're getting with him. So it's kind of work with and around that.
Mm-hmm. The pick is in. He's waiting on Goodell to make his walk. Hey, a little bit outside of the, but how do you guys feel about that new rule that the NFL just passed a month or two ago about being able to drop your hips on tackles, man? You think that's gonna, have a huge effects on the defenses and how teams actually go into the games now? I mean, I believe so personally.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. I mean, once again, it's another rule for the offense to where the defense can't do anything. It'll be tough. Imagine trying to tackle like Derrick Henry. That's going to be fun.
Comes Roger.
Overall, as we're moving our way towards being halfway through this first night here in Detroit.
With the 14th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Talise Fuaga, tackle, Oregon State.
Other offensive line.
Offensive line.
Another tackle. Crazy. I mean, are you guys surprised that no defensive guys have been taken?
Yeah, a little bit at this point.
I'm completely shocked, man. I don't think in recent history I've seen a draft where we didn't get a defensive lineman or some type of cornerback that will go in that top 10 to 15 range. I understand linebackers. Usually linebackers may drop a little bit. You'll get a pass rusher or somebody who can cover early on. So it's interesting to see how it's going to pan out.
But yeah, we haven't seen a defensive end or a cornerback yet off the board.
But going back to that initial conversation, we were talking about the new rule changes. Yeah, man, I think they're making the game to where it's too much of a thought process now. I mean, if you're a defender, you got to be thinking, I can't hit the quarterbacks in the leg. I can't hit a defensive receiver. I can't lead with the crown of my helmet. Now I can't even drop my feet on a tackle. So it's like I'm going to be thinking about lining up, be thinking about the calls that's coming in. They got all types of different nuances that they're doing with the offense, with motions and everything. And now I have to add in how I'm going to tackle somebody every single time. It's just that's pretty tough.
I think too, it'll be how are they actually going to call it? You know, you got the rule in place now, but how is it going to be letter of the law, or that sort of thing?
India.
Nine times out of 10. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I saw.
9 times. Do you think? Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I saw a picture of. Remember Super Bowl? I think it was 34 between the Rams and the Titans. And remember when it was a Dyson who caught that pass and was tackled right at the 2-3 yard line and basically ended the Super Bowl. And that was a drop hip tackle. Imagine if that was a rule back then. You wouldn't have a great defensive stop, a great defensive finish to that Super Bowl with that rule in place.
Exactly. That's a good point you bring up, though. And anytime the NFL makes a rule change, usually the first year it's real shitty of how they call it. You know, when they started calling those roughing the passers on the quarterback, I remember Clay Matthews got one about 3 or 4 weeks in a row. And, we just didn't know how to actually play defense and how we're going to do it. But as time went on, they got a little bit better on how they call it. So I expect it to be kind of haywire this year. And as time goes on, guys will get used to it. But you got to start teaching this at the early levels in high school and in college so that, once these guys get into the league, it's already second nature of how you're going to attack a ball carrier.
Indy's another interesting one. Obviously, you have Anthony Richardson, who had a very shortened rookie season. Was on pace to. Excuse me, I'm about to sneeze, but excuse me, but was on pace to perhaps be in the conversation for for Rookie of the Year as well. He actually won me a couple of fantasy football games there early on. But, I mean, so they're pretty much, I would assume, set at the quarterback position. Obviously, don't watch 100% of the Colts games, but, you know, it wouldn't shock me if this was our first defensive pick of this draft, you know, sitting – what are we now? Sitting at number 15. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go that route. And obviously they signed Joe Flacco in the offseason to a 1-year deal. Obviously just a stopgap guy. Is he going to start the entire season? You know, springing off the hinge of him winning comeback player of the year. How healthy is Jonathan Taylor? Like this, they still have a whole bunch of questions there.
And I mean, the health of Anthony Richards, who they drafted last year as their quarterback as well. So is it, a tackle, or is it someone to keep him upright to protect him? Do you go a weapon on the outside, or do you go with a defensive player?
Yeah, I bet on it being a defensive player, or possibly if they love somebody on the outside, go outside. But the coach, the last few years, have had one of the better offensive line. I know they've got Big Nelson inside and a couple other bodies that they went and got over the last couple of years. So they have a solid O-line. I think they only got, Michael Pittman on the outside. So possibly there if they love somebody. If not, I can see them going defense.
Yeah, Buckner also signed an extension, and I think this offseason as well.
Okay.
Pick is in here for the Colts.
One good thing about the Colts and the situation they sit in a division that I know the Houston kind of came out of nowhere and took over. CJ Stroud looked really good. They had a good first-year head coach, but I still think that's a division that could go either way, with a pick or two here or free agent here or there.
All right, let's see what Roger has to say.
That's how long it's been. All right, here's the Colts pick.
With the 15th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Latu,
Okay.
defensive end.
There it is, first defensive pick. Called it.
Yes, sir.
I saw some rumors and some talk that he could have been Atlanta's pick.
Are you happy he wasn't, or are you happy with Penix?
I don't know. It's tough.
When it comes to these defensive players, you guys have any reserves depending on what college conference they played in? I know UCLA, they're not playing against the SEC teams, and they're not seeing those big bulky linemen, the best linemen. Does that cause any concern to you guys with taking any of these guys really high?
My thing is, any draft pick, I always feel better when they come from a Power 5, now Power 4 conference, just because of the competition level that they play in. Yes, I think the SEC is the best conference overall, but obviously there's good players all over, and it makes me feel better when they're coming from a bigger conference.
I think it'll be interesting to see if because I know he's a bona fide pass rusher. I'm not sure how good he is against the run. Will he be someone that plays all three downs, or more so a passing situation guy that comes in?
See where Seattle
the
goes.
Seahawks coming up next.
Yeah, where they go with this pick.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but Pete, is he the president or the GM now? So he'll be in basically making this pick, right?
I would assume he has some kind of pull in the front office somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
You got Cincinnati coming up in a few picks. A lot of noise coming out of their camps and their roster with Higgins wanting to be traded and unhappy. And then I saw their tackle today was unhappy, wanted to get locked up, but I don't know if they're going to be able to based on their salary cap situation.
Yeah, that's tough, man. They got a lot of money going to Joe Burrows and also to Jamar Chase. So I think they wanted to make sure they were able to lock both of those guys in, and then everybody else kind of falls in line after the fact. But with the Steelers making some pretty decent moves, and I think the Browns are still on the rise as well, they better make sure they make the correct moves here and keep everybody happy.
Yeah, I think it's kind of, which I get, I would back Jamar Chase over Higgins as well when it comes to your number one receiver, but of course you're going to lock up Burrow and you work around that. But it's interesting that they haven't been able to find a way to make it work for Higgins, because they know coming up they're gonna have to sign Chase, since Higgins is pretty much playing a franchise tag, and then he's probably gonna be gone. Shoot, unless they trade him and they get some picks. They get some picks this year, maybe a first next year.
The thing is about trading him now, if he's on a franchise tag, his teams aren't going to give you the real value for him because they know you're trying to get rid of him. So they're kind of in between a rock and a hard place at this point.
But I also think too with Cincinnati, it's if we don't trade him, all right, that's fine. I'm fine with that too. Let's make one more run with both you and Chase, and let's see what happens. See if we can take down Kansas City or get through Kansas City, beat Buffalo, in that conference to try to get to a Super Bowl. So I think with them either way, it's like, all right, well, I think they'd be fine with either outcome, really.
You think with healthy Burrows, they are the leader of that division or have the best chance of coming out of that division?
I mean, you look like watching games all this year, you watching Kansas City, and you're like, they're not as good this year. They're not clicking. They're not as smooth. And yet, what do, right? I mean, it's tough. It really is, man.
Yeah, it is.
And like going into like the last year too, you're thinking, all right, Buffalo, this is finally your year, your chance to get by what's looked at a down Kansas City team that's not as good as they were the last few years. And yet, they couldn't get it done.
Yeah, Buffalo, man, I like their team. I honestly think they may have to get a new coach in there to reach their full potential. And the only reason I say that is because what's holding them back is turnovers from Josh Allen. And if the coach can't get in his ear and tone those turnovers down, they'll probably be the same thing next season. They'll be looking good. They'll get hot at some point. We'll be saying Buffalo, Buffalo. And then when I guess most expected now, Josh Allen will go on a turnover streak. So you got to have somebody that can get in his ear and really turn that around from a turnover perspective. And I think Buffalo will be one of those teams right in the mix.
Yeah, where they're at right now. I feel like it's tricky with going the new head coach's route because of what they've done, where they were, and what he's gotten them to then go and you still got Josh Allen, but you're going with a different direction from the head coaching standpoint. It's a tricky slope to balance.
Yeah, that's for sure. Seemed like Seattle used every second on the clock. They might have been a little bit unsure what they wanted.
That's just thinking they might have been looking to try to trade out and trade down, and they weren't getting any offers. So they're like, okay, we'll take our pick.
I've been kind of over here doing two things, man, at the same time. Trying to check out my Knicks as well. Look like we're about to take this loss to Philly, and it's gonna be 2-1 after this, but it's all good.
Man, I was hoping the Knicks would sweep them.
Yeah, exactly, man. I picked Philly to win Game 3. I think we'll get them in 5. This was a desperation game, so we'll see how they bounce back.
I know the Nuggets are about to start, so I'm going to be triple action here.
Serve in the United States military with the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas.
All right, second defensive guy off the board. Seattle goes defense.
And it makes sense to me. I mean, you got DK Metcalf, still got Tyler Lockett. I think they got Noah Fant and 2 good young backs. So the offense was pretty good. They may could have strengthened up the offensive line offensively, but other than that, defense makes sense. I think they lost Bobby Wagner as well, so yeah, it makes sense.
Vikings just moved up too, and with a trade with Jacksonville, so it looks like the Vikings will have the number 17th pick right now.
If I had to bank on it, I would say they're going to get a pass rusher with Caleb Wilson coming into the division. Jordan Love looking good. They're probably going to want somebody that can rush the passer. I think they lost to Darius Smith a year or 2 ago. They just lost Danielle Hunter, I want to say. So they're probably going to get someone who wants to rush the quarterback. especially in our division. I'm kind of pissed off, a little mad, man. We lost Aaron Jones, and he went over there to the rival Vikings, so that didn't look too good for us, but we're going to work on the boys either way. They gave up the 23rd pick, a 5th rounder this year, a 3rd rounder in 2025, and a 4th rounder in 2025. They have a lot of compensation, so whoever this guy is, they're going to get. They definitely were sold on him.
Huh.
Pick is in for the Vikings. Here comes Roger to the podium.
And let's see who they'll add to the mix with J.J. McCarthy.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 17th pick to the Minnesota Vikings. With the 17th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner, linebacker, Alabama.
So Dallas Turner.
Well, kind of an edge rush guy, so you were right on the money there.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be some help for them. I don't think it moves the needle for them, but they're going in the right direction. The Vikings usually build pretty decently through the draft. I got to give them credit. Most times they usually hit on their picks, especially if it's a receiver. Got the Cincinnati Bengals coming up. We're just talking about those guys. They lost I think they lost their top corner in Awuzie. Lost the offensive tackle, Jonah Williams, DJ Reader, and also Joe Mixon. Forgot about losing Joe Mixon, but they were able to get Zach Moss in return. He signed in the offseason. Sheldon Rankins got a little help on that defensive line. And they brought in Mike Gesicki. I think that'll be a great pickup. I didn't even know they brought in Mike Gesicki. So he used to put in work when he was playing for Miami. I don't think he done as well in the Patriots system. So maybe they were able to get him for pennies on the dollar. But I can see the Bengals kind of going in any direction, offense or defense, offensive line. If not, then it'll probably be defense.
So we got Cincinnati on the clock.
Yeah, didn't they come out and say we're not trading?
Oh, you talking about T. Higgins? They said they're not trading him.
If it was either him or wasn't the having some guy say he wanted out too?
Yeah, I saw that today. I think they're one of their tackles.
Okay. Locke, are you located in Atlanta right now?
No, so I live in Cleveland, but originally from Atlanta.
Cool.
So you're in Wisconsin? Do you in Green Bay? Are you?
Nah, it's still on my bucket list to make it out there one day, but no, I'm actually out of North Carolina.
Okay, gotcha. All right. So then we might have a common team then. And are you a Bravos fan? Braves fan? Are you a baseball guy much?
When the playoffs come around, I'll tune in. I like the Braves and I like the Phillies. That's probably the two teams that I actually root for.
How can you like the Braves?
Most of the Braves when I was a little bit younger when Chipper down.
How can you like the Braves
Hey,
and
man,
the Phillies?
that's just how it kind of turned out.
Same division, man.
But listen, for me, I was more of a player. I like the players as opposed to liking a full franchise. So at the time, we had Lofton and Philly, and then we had Chipper Jones for the Braves, and both of those, I like both of those guys.
I gotcha. I'm just happy we're not in rebuild mode like the Rockies are right now.
Is that a minor league team?
It could be. Could be.
Hey, the other team I follow has a worse record than they do.
The White Sox? The A's?
Yeah, the White Sox.
I was about to say they're both struggling a bit. Cincinnati's pick is in.
Maybe Cincinnati could be the first team to take one of these cornerbacks off the board. Every single one of them was still available. So, especially in that division they're in, can we put they got Amari Cooper, the Steelers guy. Not Deontay got traded.
They gotta cover Jerry Judy.
You're right, Jerry Judy. Yes, sir.
Yeah, good luck with that.
So it sounds like you were fine with that trade, huh? Were you fine with Judy being traded to the Browns?
Yeah, get him out of here.
Do you think he's a lost cause, or he just needs to change the scenery?
Yeah, maybe one of those change of scenery guys, but I don't know if he was ever to say he wasn't given a fair shot. Probably isn't the right term, but I don't know. Maybe a change of scenery with a new team.
Yeah, he might be one of those guys that, I think he's pretty talented, but he just might not be a number one. Might need somebody who can take that number one role, take some pressure off of him, and let him drive as a number two receiver, kind of like how T. Higgins or somebody is.
I mean, you obviously had Cortland Sutton out there as well, and didn't he kind of morph into being that number one the last probably year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah, which didn't fit well because really none of them are number ones. There was a bunch of number 2s, 3s trying to be number 1s. As Rodgers on his way.
That far along yet, but there's one thing to keep in mind.
With the 18th pick in the 2024 NFL.
That is one large bulldog making his way to Cincinnati. So you
All
see
right,
the
another
size
tackle
up there,
off the board.
6'7".
It pays to be an offensive lineman this day and time.
So all these offensive linemen, what is that, 4 or 5 now going in the first round? I talked about this on actually my show today that'll be dropping tomorrow. I don't know if y'all saw this. Adam Schefter tweeted it out. I think one of his content producers or one of the ESPN content producers did a chart of how the success rate of players drafted in the first round to sign second contracts with the team that drafted them, and offensive linemen were the top 3 most success rate of signing a second contract with the team that drafted them.
That's crazy.
It makes sense though, especially if you get a good center. Usually, if you got your franchise quarterback, you want a center that goes hand in hand with him, and just like a Peyton Manning and Jeff Saturday, you want him there for his entire career. So I know that definitely makes sense. Then you got to have the blind side guy who's gonna protect the blind side. You got to have a nice left tackle. So that makes all the sense in the world.
And I mentioned some of this on my show that'll drop tomorrow. To me, I said this, you don't even have to be elite as an offensive tackle to get that second contract. You have to be solid. You have to be solid to good, and you'll get that second contract because how hard it is to find average to solid to good offensive linemen.
Yeah, you spot on with that, man. We had Bakhtiari as our left tackle, pretty much throughout the Aaron Rodgers era. He started getting triggered with some injuries the last few years and ended up plugging in a new guy last year. And I don't think he gave up a sack all year long, but maybe he gave up 1 sack at the left tackle spot. So, I think he was coming in actually to be there as a backup, and I ended up taking that starting spot and driving. So that makes you're 100% spot on with that.
And then another example, I was talking about on the show on my show was Jake Matthews, Falcons first round pick. Nothing special. One Pro Bowl. Since 2014, he's been to 1 Pro Bowl. And he got a second contract, but he's just solid, healthy, and just plays every game, and just the durability, of that.
It was a top 10 pick for you guys back in 2015. But did he get taken pretty high?
Yeah, I think he was 6th. Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. We're getting closer and closer to Green Bay. And I'm liking what we still have on the boards.
What are y'all, 24, 5? What are y'all?
25, I believe.
Y'all 25?
Yeah. About 6 more picks. And I know for sure if that top corner is still on the board, we'll probably go corner. We're definitely going to go defense just based off of how this draft is going. So I think we got a lot at our disposal to go for. One of those pass rushers could go for a linebacker or a corner. But I know for sure one of those corners there, that would be a safe pick. If we did trade out our starting corner to Buffalo Bills this past year, right after we signed him to a 2-year deal. And we started rocking with the rookie Valentine. He's pretty good, solid, but I think he'll be better in that nickel role. If we went ahead and got another guy that could play the outside, so that'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, if you got another cover corner that helps your defense.
The Rams, man, they're on the board now, on the clock now. I think the Rams could probably go anywhere. They had a lot of older players the last few years when they went all in for that Super Bowl. They had a lot of elder players, so it'd be interesting to see what they do here as Rodgers walking to the podium now.
Detroit.
Yeah, and if I'm LA, we'll wait for the pick.
2024 NFL Draft. The Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse, defensive end, Florida State.
They got my guy. I'm a Florida State fan, so I've been waiting to see where he was going to go off the board at.
Where you're land, yeah. But I was going to say LA with the Rams. If I was a Rams fan, I would be completely okay with the situation because you got your Super Bowl. You knew going in on the back end, you were potentially kind of mortgaging some of your potential future with trade draft picks of that nature to go get Stafford, go get Sanu, to make your move of potentially winning a Super Bowl, and it paid off. So I'd be like, all right, we're good for a few years.
Exactly. Didn't Aaron Donald retire as well, right?
That's right. Yeah, Donald too. Yeah.
Did he retire? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that makes sense that they wouldn't have got Verse.
Get a little bit younger on that defense and someone trying to make an impact from a pass rush standpoint.
Yes, sir. Yeah, man, that's a great value pick, man. I'm very, very high on him. I actually seen him and went to go see him in person last year. Went down to Tallahassee, and he definitely impressed me. Jumps off the screen for sure. Pittsburgh Steelers up next. So, Mike, I don't think I asked you, but do you think the Steelers roll out week 1 with Russell as a starter and, or do you think they're going to open up that competition and, best man wins?
I think they already came out and said that Russ is going to start.
Okay.
But just like, what did Rich say? He's Penix is going to be starting by week 6 or week 8 or whatever he said. I think Russ, I don't know how long of a leash that they're going to give him in Pittsburgh, but I wouldn't be surprised if Justin Fields playing by the end of the season. And they're going to have packages for him. You might see Russell Wilson and Justin Fields out there at the same time in some sort of package.
I did think that was kind of interesting, though, them to go trade for after already having Wilson trading for Fields, knowing this is the last year of his deal. Like you trade they trade like a 5th or a 6th for a backup quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's got former obviously first round pick. You might have you potentially still like the upside, But if that's the case, why'd you go sign Russell Wilson?
So I think they got both of those guys for under $5 million with both of their contracts together. Because I think Denver's playing the bulk of Russell Wilson's contract. So
Yeah.
I guess from a Steelers standpoint, they're looking at it like, hey, we can't go wrong. You know, we got a good problem. Two guys that could potentially be starting quarterbacks on different teams, and we got them both for under $5 million. And you know, we just whoever's the best man gonna play this season, and we'll see about the future after that.
But also, too, why would you go trade that 5th round pick for Justin Fields if you're not going to plan to see if you can untap something that Chicago couldn't? I mean, wouldn't you want to try to hit on someone, a depth piece on your offensive or defensive side of the ball with that? I can't remember, was it a 5th or was it a 6th round pick? I don't remember what it was.
I think it's a 6, and if he plays a certain percentage of the snaps, it'll be a 4.
Okay, so in all intents and purposes, basically, it's a 6th. So I don't know. It was kind of I thought it was kind of an interesting move, but because I think they're gonna try to compete, or else if they weren't gonna try to compete, they wouldn't have signed Russell Wilson. They would have said,
I think they scrambled.
I think that then they said, no, we're gonna roll with Justin Fields and see if we can unlock something here.
Yeah, do you know Kenny Pickett pulled a number on him? You know, once he seen the Russell sign, and he was completely out. So I don't think they were in on Justin Fields until that point, and they had to scramble, and you know, they were able to get Justin Fields on the back end.
And that could be it too.
Somebody on the Steelers, I'm not 100% sold on though. How do you guys like Najee Harris, man? I thought Najee Harris was going to have a bigger impact coming into the league, but he's kind of been subpar for my expectations.
I'm the same way as you. I thought he was gonna come in and just keep on grinding out, producing yards. I mean, I guess he's been okay to solid, but the fact that he's got that 1st round pick attached to him, it's the expectation of that. If he was a 3rd or 4th round pick, you're like, oh, all right. But the fact that he's got that 1st round pick attached to him, it takes some shine off it.
You're right on that, though.
Speaking of, where does Pittsburgh go? Where are they going in this pick?
They did trade Deontay Johnson. I can't remember exactly what else they have on the outside at receiver, so maybe that's a possibility at this point.
Possibly.
Rodgers coming out with
Coming to the stage here in Detroit. Yeah. Kansas getting the first look-see at 275,000 people. He's like, wow.
Tonight, 32 young men will embark on their NFL career, striving to make an impact on the field. But their impacts will be felt far beyond their field's highest honor, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognize his lasting legacy. Tonight, we are proud to welcome the 2023 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year winner, Cam Hayward.
And most importantly, I want to say thank you to the Payton family, the NFL, and nationwide. The NFL Draft is special. To my fellow NFL players and the prospects joining the league this week, I want to challenge you. Use your platform to brighten someone's day. The opportunity before you is a gift. Thank you so much.
We got Miami and Philly coming up next after the Steeler pick is in.
Here we go. And with the 20th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu, tackle, Washington.
There you go. Now they got themselves a tackle for the second year in a row. Right.
All right, another offensive tackle off the board. Protect one of these two quarterbacks.
Well, whichever one it is. But like they were just saying, that's second year in a row they've gone with an offensive lineman building up their offensive line for one of these two quarterbacks, or maybe the quarterback they draft next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, the Steelers, man, they're known for smash mouth football, being able to run the ball. The last couple of years, I mean, they've been okay, but they haven't been like, you know, the Steelers of old. So, you know, getting that offensive line as well can help them in that department to get back to the Steeler football. I'm really interested in this next pick. One of my boys been texting me the whole time we've been going live, and he's a Miami Dolphins fan. So I can't imagine them going offense, you know, with the weapons they have. They got Octane last year, still got the other running back slipping mine right now. But I think he had about 20 touchdowns last year.
Mossett.
Yeah, you're right. Raheem Mostert, yeah.
Or Moisture, yeah. I said it wrong, yeah.
Two receivers on the outside with Waddle and Tyreek. So I can't imagine them going offense and maybe an offensive lineman, but I would say they need that defensive line help. They lost Christian Wilkins and Byron Jones. You know, he's been injured the last couple of years too, so maybe cornerback.
Yeah, I don't. Where else are you going to plug in an offensive skilled person, right? I mean, you can't at wide receiver. Obviously they get a running back maybe later in the draft if they want to go that direction. Offensive lineman's been a hot one to continue to add to the offensive line trend and keep Tua healthy. But yeah, I feel like the defensive end.
Do you think we'll get any running back in this first round at all?
No. I don't think so.
Yeah, that position's been devalued.
Oh yeah. So there's been there's only been what, three receivers, or two?
Three.
Right? Marvin Harrison,
Rome.
Bears got one. Rome.
Oh, so okay. So that's.
I guess tight end and Brock Power count.
I mean, he's a receiver and a running back, but I guess position wise, I guess three, and then if you want to kind of ish,
yeah,
consider Bauer, but
yeah,
I think I've seen and read that they like receivers are pretty deep this year in this draft, so and get one in one of the later rounds. So I think the Falcons will get a receiver later in this draft.
Yeah.
Dolphins picks in. We got Philly and Jacksonville coming up.
Oh yeah, we're about to get to the best part of the draft. Philly, Dallas coming up. I want to see what old Jerry got up his sleeve.
He's committed to Dak Prescott, they say.
I believe it when I see it. Jerry changed like the wind. He was all in on Mike McCarthy then after the playoffs, you know, so it's a little bit different tone.
Right.
Yeah, Philly, man. Talking about Philly, they made some really good acquisitions in the offseason. With Saquon, they got Gardner Johnson back, and I didn't even know they got Devin White from the Buccaneers, the linebacker. So once again, the rich getting richer with some of the signings they got. So we'll see what they do here too as well.
Yeah, they're in good shape. But they've got needs like, every team, obviously.
And talking about Philadelphia as well, with them taking on Saquon Barkley now, I felt like they misused their running back position the last couple of years, going back to when they had Miles Sanders. So I want to see how they incorporate him into the offense.
We'll get the pick, and then we'll get back into that.
With the 21st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Chop.
It is Charles referenced, and this is a fastball off the.
Oh, he ran a 4.48, so he can block.
I mean, it only makes sense. I've got fast receivers. Let's see. That's someone else who can move. Like you said, it fits with where their team's at, going the defensive route.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and especially with the injury too, and I forget his name, the edge rusher. Obviously, Bradley Chubb can't stay healthy, but they had another guy, and if you watched the Hard Knocks in season, you saw the injury in which it happened. So it makes sense to add to their depth on defense.
Exactly.
But with we were talking about with Philly on the clock and the running back situation, then Barkley, doesn't it seem like now that, I mean, they've got their true 3-down back in Barkley, where he can catch it, he can also catch it, as opposed to them, I mean, which is kind of almost how they use Miles Sanders too. They viewed him as full 3-down back, and then when he left, you tried to, which I like their Deontay Swift signing. It just didn't work out as well there for the Eagles and Swift.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. For whatever reason, I don't think they really had a full game plan on how they were going to use them. And, misused throughout the year. And I think their backup, I think his name Brightwell, we're getting a lot of DeAndre Swift's carries and stuff. So that should be shored up with Barkley, and we'll just see how it pans out.
Yeah.
It'll also be interesting to see if they're still going to be doing that quarterback sheet that they got.
Oh,
with Barkley back there now that you have a third and one back.
The push.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no more Jason Kelsey.
I wouldn't be shocked if they try to convince him to come out of retirement for one more, though. They've done it, once or twice already.
Huh.
If they go O-line here, then we might get our answer on that. It looks like this will be Philadelphia's first round pick since 2020, from what it said.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Wow. And they didn't do too well the last time. They picked Jalen Reagor, and they took him before Justin Jefferson, one pick before. So we'll see if they able to redeem themselves in a few moments.
Were you guys surprised at all that they traded Hassan Reddick?
Yeah, he's been consistent, man. He's always up there as the league leaders and tackles. He's all over the field. He always jumps off of the screen. So that definitely was surprising. I have a couple of the fellas that are Philly fans, and they was definitely upset when I heard Reddick was out the door.
All right, Rodgers coming out.
Bills pick, and then the Jacksonville Jaguars right after that, in front of 275,000 people here in Detroit tonight.
The NFL has gone global. This past year, we played games in front of amazing crowds in London and Germany. This upcoming season, we will play our first ever game in South America, in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we will be coming to more markets on a global basis soon. The NFL professionally athletes have an opportunity to compete at the NFL level and potentially earn a spot on an NFL roster. One of the most successful players from the program is the Philadelphia Eagles, Jordan Mailata. Jordan is currently in his native Australia for the opening of a new NFL academy for high school football players. To make the Eagles selection, let's join Jordan live from the Eagles draft party in Burley Beach, Gold Coast, Australia. Take it, Jordan.
Let's go. How good is this? Thank you, Uncle Roger. Good evening to those of you from the Quinyon Mitchell, defensive back, Toledo.
Cornerback is your first cornerback off the board.
Yeah, that makes sense with Darius Slay. You know, he's gotten a lot older. I'm not sure if he re-signed or coming back for one more or not, but they definitely needed somebody to fill that void. He runs a 4.33, so he's definitely a burner. We had to take on CeeDee Lamb and Terry McLaurin for Washington. So, and now Malik Neighbors that'll be in New York. So it makes all the sense in the world why they would get a DB in that division. I think Roger said something that was a little interesting a second ago. He was talking about the first game in South America. How do you guys feel about the NFL expanding and, you know, taking a lot of games out of the States?
It's the whole expanding the game part, whatever. But at the same time, I think it sucked for the fan base because it's you're losing a home game, and now all these games are being streamed on whether it's Apple or whether it's Amazon or Peacock or all these one-off games. I don't want to get a subscription to Peacock to watch this one season game. You know, I don't want to spend $7 and then cancel it or whatever. Just like all the different, you know, all the add-ons. I think it gets frustrating.
I guess I don't mind it, but like you said, you're losing how many eyeballs on that game. Sure, they try to put on all these different services to try to make it easier, but it's like you said, Locke, you're buying a subscription for a day just to watch a game, and then you're canceling it. It's just tedious kind of stuff. I get why they're doing it, expanding the game, growing the game, whatever you want to call it. But it's a double-edged sword, like Locke said. The fans lose out. You don't get to go to a game. You got to do all the subscription stuff. But at the same time, if you're a diehard fan, you'd be like, hey, I wonder do you know what they do with like the season ticket holders? Do they get a chance to go to those games, or do they just say, hey, here's $200 back for those tickets for that game?
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
I don't know. I wonder if it's like, are they charged for their eight regular season home games when, you know, one of them's in London or Brazil or wherever? I know that I don't know. Or I wonder if it's one of those, you know what, we give you like a PSL deal. We give you first option to buy this ticket to the London Stadium or to Brazil in the game in Brazil. I don't know. I don't know how that works. Maybe that's how it is. I don't, or they just flat out give them the option of, do you pay for 7 games or do you have to pay for 8 regardless? I don't know.
Yeah. Me personally, man, I'm not the hugest fan of it. You know, I think college is kind of going that same direction where they're reorganizing all of the conferences. I mean, now you're going to have a rivalry game between Florida State and Cal, and they're on completely opposite ends of the states, man. And I think that's crazy. So looking at it from an NFL standpoint, I think it would have been a better move maybe if you put the developmental leagues in different locations to start with. Maybe what is it, the XFL that just combined with this past season? Go that
Yeah.
route first, and then expand with the NFL. Because, like you say, you're losing out on a fan base. You're losing a home game. I think it's still going to be a crazy atmosphere because they don't get to see the games live like we do, but that true fandom won't be there. It won't be the same feel. I don't think so.
And I think, too, when it comes to the ratings, regardless of what it is, the NFL is going to win in ratings. I mean, you look at the top 100 TV shows, and I think the top 20, the top 20 shows, like the NFL is ranked the highest in like 17 straight. It was something like it's either like the Emmys or like the Oscars, and like maybe like a day of the Olympics were like the only two shows, TV shows, events, non-NFL related. It's something like that. So the rating part isn't the deal. It's the revenue stream of selling the one-off game to Peacock or Paramount Plus or Amazon and getting their what did they charge Peacock for the playoff game? It was like 150 million, 110 million, something like that for one playoff game.
Yeah, that's something crazy. Meanwhile, Jacksonville takes wide receiver Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU.
Another receiver off the board.
And two from LSU. I was like, Neighbors went early, and now Thomas come off the board. So maybe this will be like a when they took Odell Beckham and I think Landry were both in that same draft.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, two high caliber receivers from the same school. It'll be interesting to see how they pan out. I'm pretty sure the TVs, so a lot of people probably starting to tune in now with the Cowboys coming up on board. They usually have a huge fan base. I'm not sure why, but
they're America's team. You didn't know that? You didn't know they were America's team?
Hey, they say it's America's team, but I mean, where's the proof in the pudding besides, they sell a lot of merchandise. Besides that, I mean, I don't understand it.
I mean, who else is going to get the 4:00 game on Fox? I mean, I don't think there's not 16 other teams in the league. There's only one team in the league that's going to get the 4:00 Fox game.
Hey, if you watch Undisputed every day during football season, you think it was only one team. Skip Bayless, boy, that's all he talks about. Dallas.
I don't watch it.
Did Dallas? Did they replace Tony Pollard? Did they bring anybody from him?
Henry.
Starting running
No,
back
not Henry. I don't know where they went.
I don't think so.
Could Jerry reach? Go get the number one running back on the board. Yeah, I just looked. The only player they brought in the offseason was Eric Kendricks, linebacker. So Dallas could go anywhere with the streak.
Yeah.
I got a comment from OJ here, Gus. There you go.
Oh yeah, Green Bay, baby. That's all we do. We all over the place. Hey, we should be America's team, to be honest. You know, Frozen Tundra. We got the greatest coach who ever lives.
Ooh. So Dallas is trading down.
Who they trade with?
The Lions.
The Lions trying to jump in front of us. One pick. That's gonna be interesting. Look at the Lions. They're pretty solid on the O-line. They got their running backs for the future. They got receivers. So the Lions are probably about to go cornerback with the first one coming off the board a few seconds ago. I would bank on them probably going defensive back. I know Jeff Okuda didn't work out too well for them. They lost Gardner Johnson back to Philly. So, yeah, I would say defensive back would be whatever one with this.
Let's see what the Lions do.
This has to be like the first time also that the NFL draft was held in Detroit. I wouldn't think they would ever do that.
Yeah, I do like how they have one was a few years ago whenever they started moving the draft around. I don't remember what year that was, but they got other cities involved and started moving around. I thought it was pretty cool. I mean, it's, they've turned it into a show, so might as well have rotating cities and fan bases get involved in it.
And as far as the Super Bowl goes, I mean, they rotate the Super Bowl, but it's usually only to warm cities.
And domes.
It'd be nice. Yeah, exactly. It'd be nice to have one at Lambeau once in a while.
It's too cold. It's too cold in February. No chance.
I think they learned their lesson when they went to New York.
I was about to say the one in New York, whenever it was a few.
We don't talk about that one though. That's scraped from the memory banks.
Yeah, my Super Bowls are scraped from my memory too.
Yeah. But Denver got one a couple years later.
I was about to say with noodle arm Peyton Manning and could barely make a 5-yard slant pass.
Hey, just his presence though.
I don't doubt it, man.
They had an awesome defense that year too, though.
Oh, of course, yeah. Oh, of course. But that's just like so funny. Like all of Peyton's years, obviously how dominant, how good he was in Indy, only winning one, and then what was it 3-4 years in Denver, and he was on fire, and then the year he he throws. He can barely throw a 5-yard slant route. They win the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Crazy.
And what make that Super Bowl crazy is that's still one of the ones that's debated a lot. I know I still talk about when Cam Newton didn't jump on that fumble. You watch that ball sit there, and Denver took their heart that game. Took their heart.
Cam Newton was never the same after that.
Exactly.
They broke Cam Newton that game.
Oh, they should have had Eminem come out and make this pick.
Eminem was all over the promos and stuff.
Right, I know, that's what I'm saying. And then they ran him out to start the draft. So, I mean, he's here. You brought him to the draft. It's in Detroit. You've done all these promos. I mean, what's...
Yeah, being a Green Bay fan and noticing the NFC North, man, it feels kind of weird watching Detroit picking the draft this late, man. I'm usually used to seeing them in the top 5 or 6 picks.
They found something in golf.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He was written off for dead when he got traded to the Lions, and it's like, oh.
Yeah, Dan Campbell, man, he's found a way to get the best out of everybody in that locker room, man. They play really hard for him.
Yeah,
do a big ball for that man.
I was about to say you can tell they've bought into him.
Okay, good deal.
We got to pick the
Let's go.
At the youth and high school levels. Joining me on stage are girls flag football players representing the first 4 schools that competed in the Michigan Girls Flag High School Football League and local high school football tackle students. These young men and women embody NFL values of respect, integrity, resiliency, and responsibility to their teams. Congratulations on your accomplishments in your academic and football careers. Now to make the selection, please welcome Ellie Fagley.
The Dallas Cowboys have traded the 24th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Terrion Arnold, the defensive back, Alabama.
I knew they were going to get a back, defensive back.
Should we be counting how many Alabama players have gone? Is that 4 now?
Yeah.
I feel like it's at pick 25. That's kind of low for them at this point. Only 4.
Yeah, Georgia's only had 2 guys? Bart Bowers and I think a lot of you.
Their tackle.
LSU has 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Surprising, I guess a surprising school for me is I think Penn State got 2 guys in the first round.
Yep. Penn State's got 2.
Good old Toledo bringing up the rear with 1.
Here comes the GOAT pick. What we gonna do, Goop? Let's go. Let's go, Goop. See the left prospect rankings.
Good old Packers, huh?
Yes, sir. All of the offensive linemen they had going in the first round have already gone. So, yeah, we're probably going to go with the best available guy on defense.
I think it's the defensive side of the ball,
I
though.
would assume. Yeah, I mean, we got Boston College's head coach as our defensive coordinator. You know, he's not a 3-4 guy. He's a 4 guy. So we definitely had to get some personnel that fits what he likes to do. I know Joe Barry liked to run a lot of zone defense, and our defensive coordinator we got now, he's complete opposite. He likes to run a lot of man-to-man, which I think will help Zaire Alexander. You know, he's a man-to-man corner. So I think he probably wants another guy he can put on that outside opposite of him, or maybe get an outside linebacker who can play a little bit better in space. We do got Preston Smith and Gary, but they're more pass rushers and get after the quarterback type of guys as opposed to being in open space and being able to cover. So we'll just see how they feel about that.
It's only 3 Alabama guys.
Oh, you're only there. Okay.
3.
Yeah.
Oh, they still got Kool-Aid McKinstry still out there, so he might go before the end of the first Alabama corner.
3 Alabama, 3 LSU, 2 Penn State, 2 Georgias, 2 Washingtons. Those Washington picks were back to back too.
Any Michigan pick besides JJ?
No, he's the only one. Green Bay's pick is in.
Pick is in.
Let's go.
Does Love
Who's going to Canton?
Does Love need more help up front? Because I know you're talking about Bakhtiari earlier.
Yeah, I think we could. Yeah, we lost.
Did he
Baki.
finally retire?
He left. We lost Runyon in free agency, and then we lost. Yeah, Baki did retire, but I wouldn't be surprised if Rodgers talked him into coming to New York, depending on how bad if he's able to get over that injury or not.
I was going to say, he just can't seem to stay healthy.
Exactly. I think we got, if I'm not mistaken, when we got him in the draft, he was a day 2 or a day 3 pick, 4th or 5th round. I think maybe 4th round pick, and panned out to be a tackle.
One of this draft.
Not booing you, Commander.
Let's go.
With the 25th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers and hosts for the 2025 NFL Draft.
There you go, getting the draft next year.
Jordan
Okay. Okay.
you go, tackle.
Got an offensive tackle. Makes
Yeah.
sense.
That's 2 Arizona guys, by the
Hey,
way.
not sexy, but it's needed. I didn't watch any Arizona football this past year. My guess is we'll move him inside, and he'll probably play guard starting out.
Arizona producing some draft picks. 2 offensive linemen.
Yeah, exactly. Green Bay, how we feel about that? I feel pretty good. I guess from a fan's point of view, though, you're waiting, watching the draft, watching every second, and then you're at the bottom of the draft and they pick an offensive lineman. You're probably not too ecstatic about seeing it come on the screen, but as the season progresses and comes, it'll all pan out.
The old boring offensive lineman pick.
Mm-hmm.
That's got to be what, the 5th or 6th, 7th lineman to come off the board.
7. Yeah, I think we're right around 7 or so.
Buccaneers.
Yeah, they got their pick in quick.
Yeah, they're like, screw it. Let's just send in the card.
It's one of the more smooth drafts in recent memory. It hasn't been too much, too much craziness going on. Mm-hmm.
There's been 2 trades? The Minnesota trading up, and then
wasn't Minnesota
Detroit.
both of them? Oh no, yeah, Detroit traded up, so Dallas traded back. For some reason,
2
I thought
trades,
Minnesota
and we're on back half of the draft.
Yeah, 6 more picks.
Is there anybody left that y'all are shocked that not in the conversation right now who hasn't been picked?
Not for me.
I wouldn't say there's a big faller of, this is gonna be a high draft guy and he's still sitting here. All right, fellas. I've got to roll. I'm not on West Coast time here, so it's getting late. It's getting late in the night for me over here on the East Coast.
Oh, I get up at 3:30. It's already late for me.
It's what time I gotta get up. That's what time I gotta get up at. So yeah, it's really late for me. So, fellas, always a pleasure. Even though it was the first time, I will I will talk to y'all. I don't know if later, whenever that might be, but y'all have a good rest of your draft and night.
All right, man. Have a good one. Don't forget.
You too.
Hey, man.
Don't forget it. Lock It Up Sports will be dropping tomorrow. So
Check it out. You can follow me on Twitter at Lock It Up Media. It's Lock It Up Media on Twitter. You have a good one. Have a good rest of your draft, and enjoy the draft this weekend, fellas.
all right, Lock. See you later.
Hey, take it easy, man. It was good meeting you,
man.
big dog.
You as well.
All right. See if we can make the screen a little bigger.
Let's see.
Pick is in for Tampa.
They locked up Baker Mayfield on a long-term deal, so it'll definitely be interesting to see where they go from here.
Does he need help? Like, does he? Don't watch too many Tampa
I think
games.
so.
I felt like
Mike
he was on
Evans
his
is
back.
kind of getting up there in age.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Offensive line definitely they could use some offensive line help. Receiver help. Evans getting older. Godwin is not the same after that knee injury. So yeah, offense could definitely be where they're going. This week.
All right, here's Roger.
Bills will show up, and that's when the Cowboys will choose.
With the 26th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Graham Barton, center, Duke.
Well, this is our first center off the board.
I think what
Duke.
Yeah, you were spot on. Go.
Graham Barton. 6'5", 313. It's a big man.
Yeah, he's coming from Duke, so you know he's smart.
Well, at least the Nuggets aren't down 20 this time. Down by 4 at halftime.
Oh yeah, that game is going on. Y'all are in LA today, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the Lakers got 1 or 2 this year, but I hope it's another sweep.
All you got to do is the game close at the end. The Nuggets are going to win because LeBron's going to freeze up like he normally does, and Anthony Davis.
Well,
I don't remember the last time he showed up in a big game at the end.
Yeah, both of them go all out in the first half, and then they just tucker out and get tired or something towards the end.
How you feel about I saw the video of the one of Jokic's brothers punching somebody in the face. I don't know what they got to it about, but that was kind of crazy.
Yeah. Cardinals pick is already in, so here we go.
Come up to take.
Arizona Cardinals select Darius Robinson, defensive tackle, Missouri.
I was told.
So still no running backs. Are we going to see a running back in this first round?
We got Buffalo, Dallas, and Baltimore left. Kansas City. If we see one, I would say the Cowboys, possibly. I don't really see anybody else out of these groups going to get one. Buffalo's coming up next. They just got rid of Stephon Diggs, so it'll be interesting to see if they get another receiver to replace him. I know they got Gabe Davis pretty solid, but I don't think he's a number one receiver. So we'll see what they do. Oh no, they lost Gabe Davis. So they lost
Yeah, I was
Gabe
gonna say,
Davis and Stephon.
yeah,
Oh,
so
wow.
they might definitely go receiver if they don't have both of them.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Buffalo is one of those teams. I think when they get to the playoffs, you would think they have an advantage playing in the cold, but for whatever reason, they don't seem to prevail in those situations. They might need to go ahead and build a dome in Buffalo and let them boys play in the dome.
I'll go to more Broncos game if they put a dome here. I don't know. I don't know what it is about football. I'd rather watch it on TV. But like basketball, hockey, and baseball, I love going to the stadiums. But for whatever reason, I don't know if I've become a fair weather fan, but I would love to see a dome put up.
Does it going to the Broncos game? Have you ever had any effect? Well, I guess you've been living there for a long time, but the high altitude, does it have any effect on fans? Going to the game?
Not that I really know of, but maybe fans visiting.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's our first Mizzou pick.
It is, obviously.
Yeah, I love these playoff games, but it's on way too late.
Yeah, those West Coast games get me. I end up having to be up 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning just to see the ending. So whenever they're blowing somebody out, I'm kind of okay with that. So I feel like I didn't miss anything.
Did you give up on the Nuggets the other night then?
Now, to be honest, man, I've been standing for a long. As soon as I seen the Lakers with them, I said Nuggets in 4, possibly 5. Just like you were talking about a minute ago, man. That second half, it just doesn't fare well for LeBron or AD for whatever reason.
Buffalo traded
Kansas City
at 28 pick.
Wow.
So they must want somebody up here in this first round.
Yes, sir. They got Hollywood Brown in the offseason. They lost their offensive guard and a couple players on defense. So if I had to bet, though, Andy Reid being the offensive guy, Patrick Mahomes, they're probably going to go O-line or something on the offensive side. I think Rashidi Rice got some trouble, so I'm not sure if he'll be suspended or if something's going to happen with that. So maybe a replacement there.
Just to see where Kansas City goes with this. They lose anybody significant?
I would say probably the biggest. They had one of the. I like Tommy Townsend, their punter. They ended up getting rid of him. He's one of the better punters, and then maybe that offensive guard that they just lost going to replace. But Willie Gay was solid, and Mike Edwards, safety. I think they can be replaced. So honestly, Kansas City could go anywhere with this. Paid Chris Jones, paid him a lot of money just past season. So maybe not D-line. I'm a bank on offense though with Andy Reid. While we're talking about Kansas City, how far do you think Andy is away, or do you already think he's in the GOAT conversation as a coach?
Oh, he's up there. He's I don't know, all time. If not top 5, I would say top 7-ish.
Exactly. I agree with that.
Podium.
Wishes that make a wish it grants. One important wish was requested by a young man by the name of Justin Laverne, who was diagnosed. Justin's love for football and the Chiefs got him through those treatments. Please welcome Justin to the stage, whose wish is to announce the first round draft pick for his beloved Kansas City Chiefs. I'd like all of you to join me in cheering on Justin as his wish comes true. The floor is yours, Justin. Go get him, baby.
For NFL Draft, the back-to-back Super Bowl champions, Kansas City Chiefs select Xavier Worthy.
There it is. And it's
Wide receiver.
fitting.
A little interesting there for Kansas City going wide receiver.
On a field of fast players at Alabama. This is the game that jumped out to me. The ability to get down the field, track the ball over your shoulder, almost like Willie Mays. But then also
Once again, the rich get richer. Got a receiver.
Yep.
Yeah, well, Rashidi Rice having some troubles. And I think Patrick Mahomes, this was probably the hardest season for him to get through. A lot of his receivers were dropping balls. Valdez Scantling made a couple big plays in the playoffs, but throughout the season, he had issues with drop balls. They had Kadarius Toney. He also had a lot of issues. I think he cost them 1 or 2 ball games with his drops. So I can see why Andy is going to get him another receiver at this point. I pretty much figured it'd be something on offense.
Yeah, they said that something came through that Kirk Cousins is pretty frustrated with Atlanta's pick.
I believe it. Well, hey, he getting all his money though, and I don't think he got to worry about penalty for at least a year. And Atlanta took a page out of them. Go ahead and try to get you a guy while you got somebody in there. I think that's a safe formula. They got a young team, nice nucleus around Matt Ryan, so it makes all the sense in the world. Curry get over it. We're getting about $45 million a year, $50 million a year. He'll be fine. Dallas is back on the clock. We'll see if they stay in the position they are this time or if they back out. It's probably one of the oddest off seasons I've seen from Dallas. Not much player movement. Usually they get some big signings in the off season. They didn't really get any big signings. Jerry's not moving up the draft board to try to jump on somebody. So I'm not sure what the game plan is for them going into next season. Possible rebuild, not sure.
Dallas got their pick in pretty quick here.
All in on with this 29th overall selection.
With the 29th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton, tackle, Oklahoma.
Another tackle.
There you go.
Man. Just looking at the landscape of how everything is going with the draft and how it's been going over the last few years, I think if you're a father with a son who's pretty good in football, you're going to keep him away from playing running back position, man. It's been devalued so much that even if you're the best, you're not going to get paid for it. That's tough right there.
Yeah, when did that drop off happen? I mean, is it just injuries that were piling up, or?
From my recollection, man, it was right around that Zeke time. Once Zeke got paid and everything kind of just dropped off from there. Zeke and Le'Veon Bell, they were kind of in that same year or two frame where, running backs were the last of the Mohicans as far as getting paid the big bucks. And then after that, it's like been devalued quite a bit. I was shocked to see Saquon get as much as he got this year.
Yeah, especially with his injury issues.
Mm-hmm.
Baltimore got their pick in pretty quick.
That worked for me. I would assume this is defense. They've got some aging players on defense. They got two solid tight ends. They got some decent players on the outside. You got Derrick Henry in the backfield. Offensive line was pretty solid. So I would assume it's defense. But I don't know. Maybe they go receiver. We got Baltimore, San Francisco, and
Bills now.
The Bills. Okay. Yeah, Baltimore lost Patrick Quinn. They lost Ronald Darby. Well, they lost 3 offensive linemen in free agency, so possibly offensive line here for defense. Gus Edwards left, went to the Chargers, but they did get Derrick Henry, so that void is filled. Come, Roger.
It's the 1 seed from last year's AFC playoffs in the Baltimore Ravens.
With the 30th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Nate Wiggins, defensive back, Clemson.
Yep, defensive back.
Good pickup. I know Marlon Humphreys is getting a little bit older. Not sure who they had on the other side. Then they got Hamilton still at safety, so yeah, some extra help on the defensive back perspective would be good for them. I think Baltimore is in a position that they got to be all in this year and go ahead and win it. I'm not sure how long that window is going to be open. You know, got a good coach, got Lamar Jackson. We know what he's going to do in the regular season, but what is he going to do in the playoffs when it matters most?
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention about Buffalo when they made their pick. Do you think their window's closed now, especially with dismantling kind of that offensive core, I guess, around Josh Allen? Because their window was open for a couple of years, and like you said, they seem to fumble it in the postseason.
Yeah, just based off of that division they're in, it's going to be tough for them. I mean, when you got the Jets in Miami, you know, you're going to be fighting every single week. So the biggest thing for me with Buffalo is finding somebody who can get in Josh Allen's ear and control those turnovers. You know, Josh probably making a few more plays with his legs. I don't know how smart that is, knowing that you got so much money put into him, but we'll have to see what they do day 2 and day 3 as far as getting some targets, or if they're going to go get some veteran guys for him to throw to. But yeah, they're in a tough position in that division. They're in another division, I would say maybe their window is a little bit wider, but with Tua being young and, you know, having the targets he has, and then the Jets probably with Aaron Rodgers, you know, they're all in this season. It's going to be a tough sledding for Buffalo. I forgot they got Damian Harris, I want to say, is just starting running back, and they still got Dalton Kincaid. I like him at tight end. He's a explosive tight end. Kind of put me in a thought process of a Buck Bowers. Maybe not as good as Buck, but similar skill set.
Yeah.
49ers is another team that, you know, they got some older players. They're kind of all in now. So McCaffrey's getting up there from a running back age standpoint. You know, not sure how much longer he'll be an all-purpose back to where you can just rely on him all game long. And then their defense, they definitely got some older guys on the defensive side of the ball. So Trent Williams, I think he's 35, 36 years old. So there's a couple different places that the 49ers should go here.
Two more picks.
Yes, sir. Been a long night, but pretty good. Speaking on the 49ers, though, I honestly would like to see George Kittle get away from the 49ers. I think they misuse him. He's almost like just an additional blocker, and then when it gets close to the end of the game, they start to use him. It's like, if this man can do this in the fourth quarter, just imagine what he'd do if you went to him all throughout the game.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think they were looking to pay Brandon Ayuk's looking to get paid there, so possibly 49ers go receiver. You know, he's not a pure receiver, in my opinion. You know, he kind of moving around, gadget guy, can play a little bit on the outside in the slot, but they might need that bona fide number one guy, especially if they don't know what the future holds on Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, and I'm almost afraid that they're running Debo into the ground. You mentioned McCaffrey's age as a running back. I feel like the way they use Debo, I know he probably doesn't mind it being that Swiss Army knife, but he seems to be injury prone lately.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yeah, I think you want to get the best out of Bach, you're gonna have to give him another target around there. So I could see that.
Give up moments ago to take Zeke. Before that, we hear the 49ers pick.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida.
There you go. You called it. Wide receiver.
Yeah, it makes sense. So that lets me know that Brandon Ayuk might still be on the move. They don't want to pay him whatever he feels like he's worth. So I would look for in the near future him to be moved, possibly. I will say, with all these receivers going off the board, I'm a little bit biased on this, but I can't believe Keon Coleman hasn't been picked up by anybody with so many receivers gone. You know, Florida State, he's coming off of having a monster year when he was at Michigan State. Then he came over to us and finished up with another monster year. One of the best receivers in college football as a whole. I have to go back and do some research and see if he had some issues at the combine, or did he run slower than what they thought, or what the case might be with him. Yeah. Go down to the very last pick. Hold on, why are they showing the Panthers? Did the Panthers just trade in to the first round?
Looks like they did. Yep, trade right there.
Uh-oh.
So
Who are they going to get?
Buffalo didn't want any part of the first round.
This has to be a receiver. They went out and got offensive line help from some free agency pickups. Well, they did get rid of Brian Burns, so maybe a pass rusher as well, but I'm thinking receiver here because you can't get any free agents to come to Carolina that's just going to willingly sign that are big-time receivers or big-time running backs. So that's why they had to trade for Deontay Johnson, but Adam Thielen's a little old. I know it's a security blanket, but they might be trying to go on Bryce Young. And then they had Mingo, who was a second-round pick last year. He didn't pan out. Didn't do as well as they thought he would. So I would say receiver or maybe a pass rusher here.
Oh, look at that. Nuggets took an 8-point lead.
Not shocking. I was kind of wondering how Michael Porter was going to come out this series, with the recent news of his brother, being banned from the league. Yeah, so he's actually been doing his thing, and it didn't affect him at all.
Yeah, it's been good to see him kind of block all that out, I guess. I'm sure he goes through it like when he's by himself, but
yeah, for sure. It baffles me how long when you trade a pick, how long it takes him to come out and make the announcement. I'm like, if you trade it up, you know who you're getting.
Right. Carolina. I forgot Josie Jewell went to Carolina.
Who?
Josie Jewell. He was a linebacker for the Broncos for a couple years. He led the league in tackles like 3 years in a row. Or not the league, but led the team.
Okay.
I want to say he had like 150 tackles one of these last couple years.
Yeah, that's solid right there. You need that. While we're waiting on this last, for everybody who's been tuned in, we definitely appreciate it. I appreciate it. This is good Slugfest. Every Sunday, 2:00 Eastern. I think that's 12:00 Mountain Time. We will be going live. Here comes the last pick with Roger.
With the 32nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Xavier Liggett, wide receiver.
Called it again. Wide receiver.
South Carolina.
They are of their word, sir.
Staying in the Carolinas, too. How about
Yep.
that?
Yeah, it makes sense, man. They can't get no free agents, so they're going to have to build through the draft to get him some players.
So that rounds it out. The Carolina Panthers trade in to the first round. Buffalo trades down and eventually out of the first round. So they will get no first round picks. So that'll do it for the first round of the NFL draft. Obviously, if you live under a rock, Caleb Williams, the highly touted quarterback from USC, goes number 1 overall to the Chicago Bears. I mean, it was 3 straight quarterbacks there for a while, Gus. Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, saw a couple receivers in there, offensive linemen, and then it went back to some quarterbacks. Obviously, Denver goes with Bo Nix out of Oregon. Overall, before we get out of here, I know it's late where everyone is, but your overall thoughts, were you surprised by any of these picks? Were you obviously happy with your Green Bay Packers pick? What's on your mind before we get out of here?
So overall, in summary, man, it wasn't too many surprises. It looks like all of the first-year coaches definitely went out and got their guy, a quarterback, if they needed a quarterback. People jumped up, went and got a quarterback, so that was pretty much expected. I think the biggest surprise to me was actually Atlanta taking Michael Penix as early as they did, especially since they just got Kirk Cousins, but I guess they wanted to go ahead and get their guy of the future. That's probably my surprise pick out of all of the teams. And as far as Green Bay is concerned, hey, I'm happy about it. You know, anybody that's going to help Jordan Love stay upright and help us get their run game going with Josh Jacobs now in town, hey, I feel great about it. Just hope for tomorrow, day 2, day 3, we're going to get some defensive help so that we can help our new acquired defensive coordinator who runs a completely different scheme than we've been used to the past several years. But I feel pretty good about it, man. How about yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with Denver's pick. They needed a quarterback. They need a quarterback of the future. Whether Bo Nix is that guy, obviously, we'll wait and see. I'm interested to see if he starts right away or they're going to go with Zach. I mean, I'm sure for the first year they might have Zach Wilson and Bo Nix compete maybe. I don't know where Stidham's head is. I think they're going to let all 3 guys compete in camp, compete in the preseason, and then cut one of them when the season starts, because it's not only rare for any team to carry 3 quarterbacks, but especially the Broncos. They haven't carried 3 quarterbacks since Elway, Kubiak, and Jeff Lewis were winning Super Bowls out there, and Bubby Brister. But, yeah, I think that'll kind of be the determining factor. They went out and traded for Zach Wilson for a reason, and it may be to compete for a starting job, but we'll see. But yeah, I think the biggest surprise was Penix. Me and Kirk Cousins were surprised at that one.
Exactly.
So we're gonna get out of here.
Who would be your biggest winner?
Before
we leave, who would you be your biggest winner out of everybody?
I mean, not to sound biased or anything, but I'd almost go with Chicago. Obviously, you have 2 top 10 picks in the first round, and obviously you get, I'm throwing up air quotes, a generational talent in Caleb Williams, and then you go out and get a pretty decent wide receiver from, a team that was national championship worthy, and, pair him up with he's got good tutelage, Keenan Allen and DJ Moore out there in Chicago. So he's got great guys to learn from. Great, like you called some of these guys, safety blankets for Caleb Williams as well.
I like that. Yes, sir.
I think Minnesota did a good job as well. Obviously, they made some trades, traded up to get an edge rusher, Dallas Turner, and obviously trading up twice in the first round, one to get J.J. McCarthy and then the second to get Dallas Turner. So we'll see how that pans out for Minnesota, trying to, turn a new page, moving on from Kirk Cousins, the almost a new era in Minnesota as well.
Hey, I agree with that 100%. We'll see how that pans out for them. NFC North had they probably had the best, the most movement. I ain't gonna say the best, but the most movement from off season to the draft with all 4 teams, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think the NFC North got better on draft night. So, all right, let's get out of here. Thank you everyone for tuning in. I want to thank Gus for hanging out all almost 4 hours of the of the draft here. Don't forget to go to all of our social media pages, Facebook, X, Instagram. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscribe to our Spotify as well, so you can get all the audio versions of the podcast as well. And go to our homepage at e5280sports.com. All of the podcasts are on there, our articles, stuff like that. So please go check that out as well. Gus, thank you so much for hanging out tonight.
Hey, man, I appreciate you for having me on, man. Can't wait till we can do this again at some point in time. And I appreciate everybody for tuning in. And once again, tune in every Sunday, 2 o'clock Eastern, 12 o'clock Mountain Time. We'll be going live with the Slug Fest and talking about nothing but boxing.
There you go. And enjoy the rest of the draft, rest of the weekend. And hopefully we see a Denver Nuggets team go up 3-0 on the LA Lakers tonight. So